This meeting is being recorded.
Good morning, William.
Good morning. Good morning. It was like threw me here a minute. Yes.
Yeah, it is morning.
Your
Almost
morning,
3
my
a.m.
night. Huh?
What time is it over there? Almost 7?
Yeah. 7
Okay.
p.m. Yeah, yeah.
Almost 3 a.m. here.
Yeah, early bird.
I'm in your future.
Yes, this is true. That's crazy funny, but whatever. You're here now, but you're also in my future. Whoa. Ah, shit. You know, this coffee cup my mom got, it says one cat short of crazy. I think we got that extra cat.
Oh, yeah.
Now I'm just playing crazy, see?
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. We can either have a topic or I'm going to start talking about my experiences today. And boy, have they been wonderful. No.
That's great. Well, this is all there is.
Oh, man.
This is it.
Still it? This is still all there is? Nothing's changed?
Nothing's changed.
Dang
It's the
it.
same. But you may have encountered something different.
Oh, probably not. I've just had wonderful little, because yesterday was a shitty day for me. And I just kept telling myself, I know this is a moment that feels really shitty. And I don't, it's like it was a weird duality in the sense that I felt really miserable. I had a fight and, big, and then tried to be reasonable after, I was a dickhead. I'll admit it. I wasn't a nice person, but then after seeing what's going on, I was like, calm down, come on, let's, try to get something fucking straight. Excuse my language. Get something, get something rationalized because this is just silly, So tried to work that out. Then it really was just a snowball effect of poo-poo day for me, so whatever. And I said, well, I'll wake up and I'll still have the same problems tomorrow, but hopefully I'll feel better about them. And here we are.
All right.
I mean, really, it's truly the same. Nothing's changed. But the interactions changed. As far as that, exchanged energies amongst my fellow humans has changed, so more positive interactions with people.
That's good.
I think with Tony Parson, it was quite an interesting set song.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I looked up to make sure I said it right. Usually there's a small correction. Anyway, yeah. I was really, I kind of wondered, and it seems like it's so, but it's just, I don't know, but when people seem to confront what they can't understand, sometimes there's hostility because it doesn't know how else to act, I guess, right? The me or whatever, the self, whatever you want to call it, the body, the brain, body brain, action figure, actually, right? To be technical about it, doesn't know how to accept it. You're a fucking illusion, basically, dude. You're just created by your own everything, and it is that. There's kind of meaningless, and it's like he said, it's futile, and it's like that's not acceptable. I do things, and if I don't do, and I think some people, well, I don't know, but I was thinking, haha, and I just can't continue after that. But
there is actually a way to detach
Huh?
from the body mind. There's
Yeah.
actually a way to detach from the body mind.
I think
I'm talking
that,
about full detachment.
yeah, I'm
You
not sure if I can do that. You know, I
you
was
can just
listening to Paul.
you see yourself, but that's not the self that you are. But if you're still taking yourself to be that self, then you're still
Okay,
self-identifying, self-conjuring. Yeah.
Richard, I know you're a learned, well, I don't know how learned, but you're smarter than me about these subjects. You know, that wasn't like a backhanded compliment. I don't know after I thought about it. But anyways, you've heard about the fourth person, I don't know, they talk in Hindu about the fourth, right? You got your dreaming body, your spirit body, and then I can't remember what the third body is, and then there's the fourth
Causal,
person. Huh?
causal, causal body.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't remember, he must have, maybe he said it in Hindi, so it sounded different, the
Yeah.
Hindu uh, expression. But
Uh,
when he spoke like that, you know, I was able to see, I can't remember the guy's name, but he's a Swami. I know that. And he said he's
yeah.
even accredited. But anyways, none of that matters technically. Uh, he talked about, you know, recognizing this body in this body, recognize the dream body, and then recognize that there's also a body that recognizes you're not dreaming or awake. You know, it's like, well, it's like, if you know you didn't dream, how did you know that? How do you know you didn't dream? Because there was a space there of somebody knowing something wasn't going on. You know, and I was just like, wow. And then I seen all that, and I know, you know, and then there's these other thoughts, but whatever, we'll just focus on this.
It is a
uh,
seeing.
huh?
It is that. It's the act of seeing is what we are. We're the seeing
Yeah.
of everything that goes on. Apparently, appears to go on.
And you know what's scary when they talk about the nothing or
Yeah.
whatever?
Yeah.
There is the fourth that I see, or that whatever. I don't know how to, you know, I don't, that's there, that when I look, when it's looked from the fourth, or what I think is the fourth
Body.
position,
Yeah.
yeah, body position,
Uh,
whatever. There is no body. There is blackness only, and then there's this only faint glow. That's I know it sounds weird. There's
oh,
just a
there it is.
faint glow. That's all I see, but there's nothing. And it reminds me when I had the outer body experience, when I see nothing until I noticed this little thing down there that looked interesting. And I was like, what was that? What is that? And then immediately I was there in front of it. And then it was this body, you know, and it scared this body because we were supposed to be together.
Well,
Anyways, it still feels like the same, like that's the same fourth. You know, if I'm wrong, whatever, it'll die off and move on, right? I mean, it's just a fantasy or an illusion or a delusion. Anyways, I found that interesting. And then another thing that I should maybe not point out, but I don't know if I mistakenly heard or what, but I only heard Tony during his speak, whatever meeting, his speak. That sounded stupid, but he spoke only twice that I remember through that whole session of uh, home, a home that when you were a child you were removed from, or felt of a separation or something of that nature. I don't remember. I was more struck by the fact that it was like, wow, he never speaks like, I've never heard a nugget, it felt like a nugget, of the unspoken, you don't speak about, it's like, and yet nobody talked about it. Nobody asked a question, and then there's one other thing, but it eludes me right now because I got too excited about telling you the first thing. I'm sorry I have so much to say, Richard, but
oh,
I want to
that's
say
great.
one last thing, I was listening to another guru, and he spoke of this story of an elephant. And I was, and I've heard this similar story. One was a donkey, not so much but there's a similarity. Okay, one was a donkey, but this time it was the elephant. He was talking about the elephant. And, anyways, I'll make the point that I'm trying to get to because it's a story. He said that a baby elephant that's chained up isn't strong enough to break the chain, right? So when when an elephant is no longer a baby, it's full grown, it believes it can't break the chain. Anyways, he was talking about this one elephant that used to carry a deity or a statue, I don't know the proper terminology, a deity of a statue of a deity, however, whatever. Anyways, before her death or his death, the elephant's death, Alexa, stop the timer. Just let me know it's time to get online, Richard.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, before the elephant's death, she broke her chain, or he, the elephant, and went to where it normally went to receive the goddess or god statue figurine, and died at the foot of the temple, which is sad and beautiful, right? At the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. But anyways, the tied elephant, And then the other similarity from the guru that talked about the fourth, he talked about, I think this, I don't know, but he talked about, he's told a lot of good stories. I like them because I understand a little bit why people speak in allegories like that and stories, because you can't really talk about it, right? Because every time you try to nail it down, so speak about it in a way that you have to think about it because nobody's speaking it to you straight. So you have to self-inquire, right? So anyways, he was saying the story about a laundromat, which, in India, I had no idea that it makes sense, but, being an American, I never thought that there's people that would go around, collect your laundry. That's more like old-fashioned times, in my mind. And the laundryman, they take him down to the rocks and wash the laundry. Anyways, he has a donkey that helps him with the laundry. He fills up, he's got his donkey full of the laundry, takes him to the creek. You know the story already, probably. Takes the donkey to the river and realizes he doesn't have the harness or the rope to tie the donkey up. So, oh gosh, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? My donkey's gonna run away while I'm doing laundry. We're washing the clothes, Yeah. And he's fretting or worried about it. This is how I remember the story, so I'm sorry about not quoting it right. But anyways, he's fretting about it, and and then I guess a wise man or someone came by and said, "Well, you don't have to worry about it. Just pretend to tie the donkey up, right?" So he goes, "Oh, I don't know if that'll really work." He goes, "Yeah, just make sure that the donkey sees you going through the actions and tying him to the tree." So, okay, what I got to lose, basically. So I kind of remember that. I don't think that's exactly what I said. Anyways, so he goes through it, makes sure that the donkey can see him getting tied up. And he's doing his laundry. He looks over, the donkey's still there. End of the day, laundry's done, donkey's still there. He gets on the donkey and, "Come on, let's go." Donkey won't move. So, oh my God, what's wrong? The donkey won't move. The donkey won't move. And I can't remember if he tried a few things or not, but he ends up going back to the gentleman or person, the wise man, whoever, and said, "You know what? My donkey won't move." He goes, "Oh, simple solution. Go back and untie the donkey. Make sure he sees you," or, to pretend that he sees you untying him. So he goes back and, okay. The donkey goes away. So you can get the moral of the story, right?
Of course you can.
Tied to that tree.
It's true.
It's an invisible tie. Or, and it's like the elephant that can't break his chain because he believes it's can or that he's chained or whatever, it's all delusion.
That's the way with people. People think they're tied to this world.
Yeah.
Or tied to their body.
Yeah.
Or cord connected, tied with their body, but they're not really. It just feels that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. It feels that way because we're conditioned to believe it.
Yeah.
When we were a baby, we were told. we're told that that's our hand, and that's our arm, and that's our
Little
body that
piggies.
we have. Yeah,
This little piggy went to market.
right.
You know, I was an old man before I understood that market meant he was slaughtered. You know, I always thought the piggy went to the market and brought back the roast beef for the one pig and the other pig had like, oh no. Mm-mm. I don't know where the roast beef came from, but whatever. Guess that's another part of the story.
Oh yeah.
Anyways, that pretty much sums up all my wonderful thoughts of the day. Who's out here partying? I know, I'm just joking. Out there playing their devil music real loud. I'm just playing. Oh man. Yeah. Paul, listen to Paul too. It's like, man, I've had a weekend retreat.
Yeah.
All this enlightening whatever. Yeah, I guess you call it enlightening if there's any contractions, right? Or whatever. No
Oh
contractions.
yeah.
Yeah.
Paul's not quite as radical as Jim or Tony.
Yeah, that's probably true. But I can relate with Paul because, I mean, there's this, I think he speaks, you know, through his experience with addiction, which is, there's a relatability there that, you know, that I think if some people didn't have have that experience, they might not connect in that way, maybe. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I know that you know, I get insight basically from whatever, you know, I get a lot of insights, I feel, you know, whatever they are, it's wonderful. And, you know, that's why sometimes when I feel so miserable, it's like, why? You know, I know things are good, you know, but like yesterday it was just a rotten day, you know, it's like,
If you think it's going to be rotten, it will.
I didn't think it. It was just a feeling of shit around me, you know. And it was like a magnet, a shit magnet, man.
Well, you'll psych yourself out and you believe it. Yeah.
Maybe I know. I couldn't shake it though. Yeah. You know.
It's true. Everything is just stabilized.
And boy, when I was having like, you know, like today, I had many days of feeling like, you know, a nice little, yeah, things are going good. You know, I'm not a me, but you know, or well, I don't know what I am. I'm not sure, you know, what's going on, but in a sense of, you know, yeah. But yeah, it's very easy to see how this could be a dream, you know, especially because I dream a lot. I was watching this one people and she was talking about her out of body experiences. And when she goes to sleep, she's, I'm not trying to be mean, okay, but either I'm extraordinary or she's just, or whatever. Well, she sounded to me like she just went to sleep. She's having dreams and she feels as it's a, you know, all these things, you know, maybe they are. I shouldn't judge that. I know I tell myself, well, who am I to judge how anything appears or doesn't appear, you know, I'm not the judge of those things. But for me, for my process, whatever, it just, I'm not there, you know. Oh, this dog drives me crazy. Get in here. Yeah. What did you do today, Richard?
Mm.
You went to the Parsons meeting, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh. I don't know why that fan is there. I just seen it in the background. I didn't want this in my room no more. And here it is, hiding on the other side of the room because George put it there. Oh, yeah.
Oh, this action figure did the usual.
What?
At dinner,
Yeah.
just decided to throw some videos on the YouTube.
Huh?
24 hours, 24/7 Frosty. I
What?
say Mr. Frosty on that channel is about unusual hauntings and
Oh,
ghosts and things like that.
yeah.
And it's a 24-hour stream. So I just put it on there, had some supper, put the laptop on a game, Farland. Yeah, I
Oh,
play a video game on
Farland.
Farland is what it's called. Yeah. And there's all these little tasks you can perform.
Oh, Jesus, you know, I did the gaming, so
Yeah.
I think the only useful thing out of it was the people I met. That's the only thing that felt productive out of the gaming. For me,
Mm.
I made friends, you know, some enemies, not many, but a couple. Didn't get along with some people. It just weren't my taste of people. I
Yeah.
don't like thieves and I don't like mean people. I mean, I'm probably no. I'm like I said, I'm no saint. I'm no Gandhi. I'm nothing like that. But I don't think I walk around looking for trouble. Maybe I do, and I fool myself.
Oh,
But you know, I think I'm a pretty peaceful person. Like I just want to, you know, live life.
yeah.
And no, do it in a Rolls Royce. No, this was it Tony that said that story today about meditating, meditating and being comfortable. Somebody asked him about being comfortable, and I don't know. He said something about it was something about meditating in a Rolls Royce that is much more comfortable. Or might not have been Tony. Shit, I don't know. It was funny though.
Sounds like Paul.
Was it's just funny because you know that's what the body and the creature would say. Of course we seek comfort, right? I mean that's what we're driven to do. It's
Oh yeah, it seeks comfortable positions and situations.
yeah, even environmental. That's where I think when it's 3 o'clock this morning or 6 o'clock in India, I'm gonna try and wake up and do a Zoom with this guy from India. You know, I watched one of his videos and he's the one who talked about the elephant story, you know, and he also talked about, you know, needing a wise friend to help you, you know, in enlightenment, so to speak. I don't think those were his words. those words, yeah, I don't think he said enlightenment, but I'm just trying to use, you know what I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
And that if you can't find somebody that gives you that kind of, you know, guru feedback, whatever the right word is, I don't know, then it would be better to be like an elephant which is funny because I watched a video of a guy who had an elephant in the background. I know it's a stupid thing, but I just I just watched a video today about an elephant, and then somebody has a picture of elephants hanging in their of an elephant. I just thought, well, okay, you're sending out hints or something. What's going on? Don't forget the elephant. Haha, forget an elephant.
There's an elephant god called Ganesha.
It's called what?
Ganesha is an elephant
Ganesha.
god. It's a deity.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
Why not? Huh?
That's why they consider the elephant sacred.
Elephants are smart, wise.
Yeah.
At least, I never met one, unless it was in the zoo, and then it always made me sad. I don't like captured animals. Fish tanks depress me. My own caged birds, I wish I could set them free, but I knew if I do, they'd die. They're not mine, but whatever, the birds.
Yeah.
And set them free. It's like they're caged. I don't like that. I said, I thought about, you're free, and all of a sudden the hop. Shit. Poor things. I heard somebody else talking about, just life happening and how they just weren't happy with it, I guess. An alligator eats a deer, that sucks, And it's like that. They said that when I'd watched, I thought it was more sad, was what I watched was an alligator or crocodile. I actually don't know the difference, at this point in life. I could probably learn, but I don't think it's worth my time. Anyways, he ate a jaguar, or what do you call those fast cats with spots? Cheetah. He ate a cheetah, and the other cheetahs seen that, and they just were all, and it was a very sad thing to watch. This poor cheetah drowning underwater. The guy was like, zooming in on it, and I was just like, oh my God, is he gonna be rescued? Isn't this one of those stories where there's a happy ending? I guess the happy ending is the alligator don't go hungry tonight.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about the alligator who's lived to 200,000 years. Just joking. It's all just whatever.
It is awfully strange, though.
Huh?
It becomes quite a strange feeling when you're hearing this body mind action figure speak. When you're listening to it speak, you know that that's not you, yet you're using its voice to speak the English language and communicate. The more deeper that you delve into the non-duality message, the less you really have to say. But yeah, there's so much less to say to where the point of where.
Are you trying to tell me it's time to go already, Richard? Jeez, man.
No. No, it's that the body mind is just around. It's just appearing. It's apparently appearing. But it's not really real.
I think there's
what's strange. It feels so unusual to manipulate this action figure, manipulate it, but at the same time realize, well, I'm not that. Yet, and the more you realize you're not that, the more you become from it. It's just unusual. So strange.
If I'm aware, I feel like there's an awareness, but I don't sit in that seat of awareness. Would that be a?
Yeah, the seat of awareness is everywhere, because it's kind of like we're an energy without, we're an energy without limitation, or it's like a ball of light that has no real parameters. It radiates, but it radiates into nothing. In other words, it's an energetic movement that radiates, and light, as it radiates out, you can't see the edge of it, or you can't see where the light ends and the darkness begins. It's a it's so well coalesced, so well blended. It's kind of like milk in a glass.
You
You
said
can't
that.
separate the fluid from the milky substance.
Now, I don't want to be contradictory, but I can't help myself apparently.
That's all right.
Powdered milk, man.
That's powdered milk.
I couldn't help it. It's just that voice somewhere back there. Sorry.
But once you put the powdered milk in the liquid, and stir it up,
Then
you can't go back and separate it.
this is true. He has them really diluted. Oh boy. Talk about those boxes. Too many boxes. Yeah, dude. I don't know. Hearing things that like the only basic thing that like holds us back is, you know, the idea that you have an idea about something.
That's true.
Isn't that strange? It's like your ideas can be constricting. I think you think it's also possible to be the opposite too. I mean, are all ideas just constricting because they're coming from a false place, or what? Would that
they're not coming from anywhere. Thoughts are not coming from anywhere.
So thoughts
they just apparently appear.
Are an appearance.
They just appear like clouds.
Yeah. Thoughts. Yeah. See, I was thinking they were talking about something like that, and it was like felt like there was a question there about that, about, you know, it's like they appear as a cloud. So is that just it? Is that the end of the end? Is that the end of the story? It's like, okay, because the knower, or there's a knowing that wants to know, okay, well, if they just appeared, where the hell did they come from? Who's putting them there? Why are they there? You know, too many whys. I know, because I already know about why. Why is a crooked letter, so don't mess with why.
Well, the separate sense of self believes that they're a body. They believe they're that action body mind. So if they believe that, then they also could believe that they can know. So if they can know something, they are the knower of thoughts. So when the thoughts go by, they try to take that thought and claim it. Claim the thought as their own. And then they said, well, I thought of this the other day. I thought of that the other day.
Very good point, Richard. Owning an idea that doesn't belong to you. I just heard about that. Just listen to that. And I was like, that was such a good concept that I didn't realize the claiming of the ideas. I didn't see that. The
conjured self's constantly claiming. The conjured self's always looking for something to claim.
Yeah, I didn't notice it. It's something I'll probably have to work on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Catch it. Just catch and observe what it does, what the body mind does. Just watch it and observe it. Then you'll notice. Then you begin to notice more that way. If you try to, you don't really have to try, but simply look at yourself detached from the body mind as it begins to continue to think, and then recognize that you're not that's thinking all these thoughts. It's kind of a unusual exercise, but it seems to be effective. It seems to seemingly cause the action figure to carry on, yet a part of you is observing. A part of you is just observing everything that action figure is doing. It's a funny thing, really. It's a paradox. And that paradox is that you could still feel as though you're in the action figure, but you're not really in it. Yeah. It's so hard to explain and put into words, which is why we simply use so many metaphors. We use euphemisms and metaphors to explain, these allegories and
stories, just parables.
Yeah, stories to explain what's difficult to explain in plain English language. So we have just to try to
Yeah.
put it into an abstract thought and create a thought and try to supplant that thought in the mind of that body mind. So if you continue to speak in this way, it kind of helps that the body mind to
Separate.
to apprehend and take that thought and then consider it the way that it's being presented as a analogy or as a euphemism.
Mm.
So as that analogy is being explained, the information can get through a little easier that way. It seems to be more effective anyway. It seems to help. It's not intended to help anybody really, but it's a funny thing. The action figure, the Conjured Self, still has yet to recognize that it's not real. That it's
just an illusion.
Yeah, it's just part of the dream. Part of what apparently appears to be happening along with everything else.
No, it's magic.
Yeah, but yet it still feels like it's in a place. It still feels placement. It still feels like it's in a chair. It's seated. It's sitting down or on a bed or.
But this could be a dream. You could feel that in a dream too, right?
Yeah, a dream could be dreamt this way.
I've loved hearing that kind of crazy stuff they've been talking about. Well, it's been out there. This is probably old to you. I'm still kind of new. I mean, I might have started a year ago, but I took kind of a break.
Okay. No, there's no such thing as. There really isn't. There really isn't no such thing as old or new, or
time, really, huh?
Yeah, time's irrelevant, really. It really is.
I feel like even though I didn't talk to you for a while, like I've never been one of those people that like I don't feel like I need like if I like somebody or they're my friend, I don't need to be on them. It's
I know what you mean. Constantly in touch with them. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I could come back. Like my friends are my friends. It's like it's like you said, this person inside, that person shouldn't change. I mean, maybe they do, but truly they don't. I mean, they might feel they've changed, but you know what I mean? All that, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy because I don't feel I've changed. I mean, the outside's changed. And that's the whole thing I've been looking at, because that hasn't changed. The dreamer, it's easy I like, because I dream so much, I can recognize those kind of differentials because, I wanted to mention this. I know it doesn't matter and it's a silly dream, but I had a dream I was getting abacked by a Hindi guy, a young Hindi man. And he, forgive me for this. And it was weird. It was a weird tub and I was in the bathtub and he was watching my back. Like he had this bowl. And, I was thinking about the scar in my back. And then the next thing I know, I'm taking a shower, and after that, there's these like maggots and stuff that were on me, coming off. And then after that, I was all clean, and I was standing in the kitchen or something of this building. I'll call it a building because whatever. But and we're in there, and I went to pinch this guy's nipple, right? Like I was horsing around, and somebody comes in and says, "Hey, knock that off." And I was like, "Who's that?" And there was these 3 Hindi guys. I don't know why they're all, probably because I'm watching Hindi YouTube stuff. But anyways, there's these 3 Hindi guys. And I said, "Who said that?" I said, "The father," And then when the father came out, I don't know who the father, maybe the father of the Hindi guy. The father came out. He was one of those old guru guys, with gray, short and had gray hair. And I was just like, "Oh, okay." Yeah. He said, "No horsing around." That's what he said. "No horsing around in here." Because, there was lots of antiques, like, and he was walking by. He was like in this path. Not that any of that matters, but anyways, I just thought that was an interesting dream. Blah 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 blah.
No,
I'm
I
just
get
saying
that.
it's easy to recognize the difference in the. I mean, I have a body in that dream that I remember of. You know, I was reaching out to give that guy a nipple twister, you know, and I was
Yeah,
told not to be horsing around in there, you know, which was just, anyways, and that was all real. And then all these nights I have dreams. Like, I think, you know, it's strange. The day I had a bad day, I don't think I dreamt. I don't know. It was I didn't dream that night, the day before that bad day. I don't know why, but yeah, I just remembered that. I woke up thinking, wow, I didn't dream about anything. Oh well, you know, it's like I just, or I don't remember dreaming, I should say. There was no dream to remember.
but if there is a dream, they say that that's the subconscious speaking, or when the subconscious mind speaks, it's trying to represent the body mind, the action figure. It's a speaker of the action figure.
Mm-hmm.
But if you can get to that subconscious mind and find out what's going on there, a lot can be interpreted.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, there's a lot of information, and there's also a lot of information being unraveled. A lot of things are being unraveled as the action figure goes through these
Life.
questions. Actually, it's questioning its own reality, its own beingness. But you see that the action figure isn't real. It thinks it's real. It believes it's real. It's conjured the idea. It conjures its own thoughts to believe them.
Yeah, this
And
is the
once
real
it believes
dream.
them, it believes it knows them. And if it knows them, then that's its knowledge base. It said, well, I know. This is what I know.
Mm-hmm.
And this is part of my knowledge base. And all of that,
See, that's
if
the
you
part
drop
that
it
gets
all,
me. That's the part that gets
recognize,
me, Richard.
you know, that that's not it. No.
I said that's the part that gets me is they say that, you know, you can't recognize it. So it's like when I think that I've recognized the fourth, so to speak, you know, that dualist might say, or non-duality might say, that's just an illusion of, you know, an illusion or
It
something.
is. It's just a conjuring.
Illusion, a conjuring. Yes,
Yeah, that's
exactly.
all it's doing. It's just conjuring everything that it believes and everything it knows,
Something to hold on
everything,
to, right?
everything that it thinks it's doing.
So why would, so why?
That's all right.
Why would, yeah, why wouldn't?
Yeah, why would your body do this? Why would your body do that? Yeah, your body appears to be doing things.
Just
And
appearance.
it's in that doing that needs to be dissolved. It's all this doing that's believed in. If you believe in all these doings that your body's going through, then and you're self-identifying with those doings. Say, I did this or I did that. I walked in from one room to the next. And if you're still talking that way and still believing that way, you have yet that body mind action figure has yet to recognize the message. It has yet to recognize that no, you're not that. You're not that body mind that's thinking these thoughts. Just drop them all. Just drop the thoughts, drop all of that
This,
idea.
not that, not that, not that, not that,
Yeah.
not that, not that.
And then yeah, and then you can detach yourself from all this thinking.
Oh man.
All this thinking, all this knowing, all this doing.
Well, then what do I have left?
You're not the knower of that knowledge. Yeah, you're not the knower of the knowledge. You're not the doer.
Not the
You're not
owner.
doing anything that you think you're doing. It's all in the thinking. See, it's all in the thought processes of that action figure. The action figure keeps thinking and believing. As long as it does that, it's going to conjure up that idea, and it still will self-perpetuate that. So I don't get this. I don't get this. I don't get that. You don't have. There's nothing to get. There never was anything to get. There never was, really, truly. And that birth certificate.
Like you said, nothing to add, nothing to take away, right?
Yeah, nothing to add, nothing to take away. But you're not really that birth certificate either. The birth certificate is there as a way to keep track of what's apparently appearing in the world. What apparently appears in the world seems to have or leave evidence of some kind or a trail. And these trails of evidence are things and items that that can help. It helps the action figure with placement, where it believes that it has things set at a certain place and it knows where they are. See, that's the tricky thing. It's so quick. It's so fast to respond. It's so quick to appear. And yet, everything, absolutely everything we see is unreal. That is so strange. To look out in the world and recognize and realize that world's not real. I'm looking around the world. This is a dream world. This is another dream world that I haven't awakened from.
I'm afraid I might be in a coma in a hospital somewhere. I'm not sure.
That would be something, wouldn't it? That would be strange.
Yes, it would. It would be. It's like, it's like you see those movies where they go into people's subconscious minds and shit. It's like,
yeah.
Yes.
And then they wake up in a hospital.
Yes. And then I'm really 20. No, I'm joking. Shit. Yeah, I got hair too. Woo woo. I used to have nice hair once. You wouldn't know it now. Anyways, I'm sorry. I'm a rambling idiot.
No, that's all right. No, your action figure used to have hair. That's
yes,
what
it did. Thought it was something special.
This action figure used to have hair too. I look back on the.
You keep yours nice. You keep yours nice and buzz there. Do you have like an electric thingy? I was thinking about getting something like that. Yeah,
you should get these, man. They're real cheap now. They used to be very expensive, but now they're really cheap. You should get one of these. This is perfect.
Yeah, it's like after I told you, I said, "Hey, I like your haircut." I was like, everybody that's got our same haircut. I'm like, "Yeah." We're out there.
Yeah, that's what they say. They say there's this certain appearance that the non-dualist takes upon appearing. It's just all appearance, and it's just all show.
Yeah.
And if these things for show, that's fine. If you could use things for a certain scenery and appear a certain way, there isn't anything really wrong with that, because you can continue to do it. There's neither right or wrong. It's just something that you can do. And when I say something you can do, it's something the action figure's doing on behalf.
Yeah, that's something else that you'll probably know. It's like, I think it's funny that sometimes when I just talk, you go, I know where you picked that up. That came from this area. Yeah, listen, and north, south. No, I'm just joking. The idea that it was that, well, this is the information I received by what was being said, or that was received anyway, is that there's a perception of all this, right? But we never perceive what's back there. And when he said that, it reminded me of Ira, and I don't remember what he says, but it always felt so interesting, because he goes like this, something about what's back there, up there. I don't remember what he says, but he says he does something like that, and I was like, is that what's going on? Is he speaking to the guy we don't see, that we think, oh, this is all there is, it's all my existence right here, and it's like never knowing what's going on back there, so to speak.
Yeah.
Like, who's really controlling the strings, or whatever
who's pulling the strings, right? Yeah.
Yeah, whatever metaphor works, right? Temporarily.
But that's where we really are. We point back there because we can't see it.
And
we had 360 vision, we'll be able to see behind us as well. But it's not really a position. But we say back here because we can't see it. And if we can't see it, then we believe what we cannot see is unreal. But but what we're trying to say here is that what you see through the eyes of the action figure is also not real. So what the action figure is looking upon, it puts its eyes and gazes upon something that's unreal.
Subject,
Because
right?
the eyes of the action figure is also unreal because there is no body mind, there is no self. So if there is no self, then that body mind is just a character. It's just a part of a story, part of a dream, and it always will be that way. And that's the toughest part for the self that's still self-identifying, self-actualizing,
I think
identifying with itself. That's the toughest one to break.
I think this message of God's omnipresence is kind of hard for me to digest. You know, I guess maybe nothingness is easier to digest in
But
some way.
that's what we are. We are that. We're that omnipresence that you're referring to.
I know it's
Because,
just hard
because
to.
we're omnidirectional. We're without boundaries.
That's just a
Without
hard
limitation.
one. That's just where I'm at. You know, I struggle with that, to be honest. If I had to be honest, you know,
But
and then
that's
they talk, it's probably the feelings of self-worth and, you know, but I keep hearing these same messages, you know, it's like, and that's something I wanted to say. I know it might not matter, but for this action figure here,
yeah,
character, whatever, in my story, I've always
yeah,
had the sense of, well, I was kind of listening for God to talk, right?
yeah.
And it, in some ways, when I'm always looking, it's almost like he's always answering, or there's answers being returned, you know? Not always, but there is a seeming a return of uh,
Information.
return. Yeah. I don't know if it matters or not, but
It
you
does.
know,
Well, it matters to the point of where if we're still trying to recognize how the action figure is simply that, it's just an appearance, apparently
I
appearing,
get that.
but that's
I
all
get
it is.
that. But I don't feel I
It's
don't
that feeling as well. The feeling so strong because you've been through so much trauma in your body. When I say in your body, in the body that you've been
I know.
self-identifying with, it's gone through so much trauma. And since it's gone through so much trauma, that's leaving a strong imprint. And that imprint's in the mind of that body mind. It believes so strongly in all of the operations that you had to go through, you know, your back and all those operations that you had to go through. And so you're identifying with that so strongly that it's that much harder for you to recognize the idea and for that idea to really make sense how that's just what that body mind went through. That action figure went through those operations and that's it. Just like I went through a small back operation compared to yours. It's just a small one, but there's 2 rods in my back.
Did I ever show you? I probably showed you my
Yeah,
skeleton.
the X-ray. Yeah, the
All
X-ray.
those bolts.
Yeah, it's on your website. I saw it in
Yeah.
the background. Yeah.
I decided to change that to something a little more uplifting. At least one of them.
Yeah.
I was like, maybe that, you know, it's like I said, maybe I'm identifying with the body.
That's what you are, really. That's true. It's what you're doing. You're reinforcing
So I thought,
the body mind and saying, yeah, that's me. Look at my X-ray. See, that's
yeah,
my
yeah,
spine.
that's
But you
me.
see, that's not really yours. I mean, it's the body minds. Yeah, it's all of that. But that's all that is. Ah, see, but
Yeah,
it's so very liberating once it is recognized, and you can't go back to it again. You try
I
to go
know
back. You try to
that's how
go
I know
back
I
and
haven't.
feel feel like you're that person or that body mind, but it doesn't work anymore.
You know,
It'll eventually strike you one day. One day you'll wake up. It's going to be so subtle when you don't recognize why you didn't think that certain way, that particular way. And when I say you think,
I hear you.
when I'm speaking in terms of you, that I mean the
The true me.
let's say the energetic movement, the energetic movement that you truly are. That's what you are.
That works for me.
But you're not the body mind that thinks all these thoughts and considers them and personally applies them to themselves. So the person that applies all the thoughts that it entertains, it is still hung up on that separate sense of self. It's still caught that way in that way of thinking. It has yet to unravel.
I don't know if I told you before when I was strung out on heroin.
Yeah.
That I used to stick needles in my arm. And these arms. And it was really a horrible thing, to be honest. But the first time I ever did it, the thought said, there was a thought that said, what's for dinner? That's not what the thought was. Dinner, I'll talk to you after this.
Okay.
We just had McDonald's. The boy ate 2 Big Macs and a French fry. I had it for dinner. And I'm like, Jesus.
Oh.
So I'm like, go away. Anyways, he did distract me. Good job. I find a lot of that. That's why I was wondering about that lonely elephant. It's like, man, but I think that could be a metaphor too, to be out there, anything, however you want to take it, I guess. I don't know what I was talking about. I got distracted. So
that's okay. That's all right.
I do remember. I'm sorry. Can I
That's okay.
continue with my blob, whatever they call it? Just that I knew that Jesus, when the minute I was doing that to myself, I said, this is something Jesus Christ would never do. Because, I used to have this God complex because people used to think I was Jesus. So, and I have to tell them, no, my name is William Lockwood, not Jesus H. Christ. Really, I mean, it was crazy, man. And I'm sure I must have told you that I asked this person that, and I got an answer. There was an answer. I said, how come they think this? And they said, well, the closer you become to God, the more in likeness you bear. And I thought, wow, that was pretty, he pulled it out of the Bible somewhere. I don't know. But, I used to be into the Bible. I don't remember where things are, but, I was very familiar with it at one point. So that's probably one of the reasons I was always preaching to people. I had these Jehovah's Witnesses once admit that I almost converted them. I was very, I felt impressed with my. I
always invite them in, and I'll tell you why. I always have them leaving my house, scratching their heads, wondering what they're doing or why they're doing what they believe.
Right.
Really, I get to that point where I show them so much information about non-duality that they scratch their heads and wondering why are they sharing that information that they have been for so long.
I didn't know, or I don't know if that's the right thing to do from a, I think unless it's invited, I struggle with that. It's like, and then there's another part that says it'll either go in or won't, there's nothing you're going to do about it. It'll either go right through them, right above them, right around them, or whatever. Just do it. If you feel the need to do it, tell them. I'm speaking of, others, not Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons, but yeah. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. You see, this is applicable to everybody, though. And when I say everybody, absolutely every body mind that's apparently appearing, to believe they're a separate sense of self. If they believe they're a separate person with their own thoughts and their own ideas, then along comes a speaker of non-duality. It tells them, you're not that. You never were that.
You know, I didn't, I'm not saying I'm a non-duality speaker, but I did tell my ex-wife's, my sister, who if I'm going to be honest, everybody knows it, so it's no big secret. When I met my ex-wife, her sister was the one I was attracted to, okay? But she was 14, I was 17, and there was no way I was waiting, you know, but I always had this, and still today, you know, and I'm 51 and we still have this connection, you know, it's like, we've always been able to talk with ease, you know, there's just a real connection. And, you know, anyways, I spoke to her today, and, you know, she was troubled, and I mentioned it subtly that, you know, that she's not the body isn't who she is, that, you know, and I feel like I said it in the terms that she could understand, you know, to give her, you know, I told her that she's of spirit and not of the body, you know.
Yeah.
And basically that helped her, because, and I said something, I could read it, but that the body just tries to think that it's spirit. Yeah. She goes, wow.
Yeah.
Thanks. You know, so
another one is that we're in this world, but we're not of it. That's what Christ taught.
Yeah.
Christ taught that one, and that's a really big one.
I used to hear it a lot from I don't know if he's the guy who started me on non-duality. I mean, if he didn't tell me about this crazy Gurdjieff guy, I don't know if he's crazy. I'm the crazy one. Excuse me for calling someone I don't even know crazy, but
that's all right. Call anybody crazy.
He's dead. I hope he forgives me, but or he's not in this dream, I should say. Anyways, if that wasn't aware of, if I was never told about all that, you know, the awakening of the spirit. You know, I heard somebody say they think that maybe we'd have been better off if we never heard that. I'll tell you, if I never thought of an awakening, I would have never thought there was anything different. You know, I might have thought there was astroplaning and, you know, witchcraft, and, you know, I'll never be a good enough Christian because Jesus doesn't love me because I'm gay. I wrestled with that a long time, you know, and, you know, I probably still have some leftover shame from that. You know? That, you know, like I said, I was a junkie. I'm a queer. Why the heck would Jesus or God want to reside in this, you know, being? You know, there's no.
But you're neither. You're not that.
That's
none
right.
of those things you keep saying.
Supposedly, there's nobody here.
There you go. But I do hear.
This is a failure of recognition on my part too.
I still hear what you're saying. Everything else is just going past me. Because I know that's not you.
Okay.
See, I know whenever you speak of something, I can still hear it. But all the things that William's saying, I'm not listening to William.
Okay.
I'm listening to that which represents the action figure that is William. I can hear it. I still hear it. You're trying to speak on behalf of the body mind, but it'll eventually get through. But I can still hear. I hear hints, little small hints that you're almost there.
Maybe.
You're so very close. But it's
maybe
just,
the lotus is about to open.
it's just that final leap, and it'll finally get through.
And probably, it's probably a weed.
The way Paul says, he's trying to throw it over your head. And William doesn't catch it. William's going to catch all of them. But it's like that Death Star, or how does Paul put it? The sperm reached the mother egg.
Oh,
the one that finally gets through the Death Star.
I haven't heard that one yet. So
yeah, he talks about a Death Star.
Is that
of
Star
Star
Wars
Wars. You know,
reference?
there was one
Use
one
the Force, Luke.
one torpedo finally got through to destroy the Death Star, but it had to go through all the
Yeah.
other ships that were trying to prevent it from getting to the mothership, destroy it.
Oh, that's too funny.
So all these thoughts that you continue to entertain to support the idea of a separate sense of self, of a body, mind, action figure that you're thinking and you're doing and you're knowing and all that is catching all the thoughts, catching them. But every now and then I'm going to throw a thought, I'm going to throw it over your head, and then it's going to reach what you truly are.
Okay.
That's what you truly are, which is over your head.
We'll try not to pay attention.
But that's okay, see, because I'm going to still continue to reinforce the idea that you're not that continues to believe that you're a separate self, and that everything that you keep thinking of is your thoughts, your ideas. That's none of that.
Yeah, I do need to keep hearing that reminder that those aren't my thoughts. I don't own those thoughts. I keep thinking they're my thoughts. That's a very good point.
So all you simply need to really be doing is recognizing, well, I'm none of those things. I'm not that. I'm not this body, mind, action figure. So what is left? Everything. Everything is left.
I felt like nothing. Yeah.
There's so much more.
There's the intangible. That's all I have left. I'm not this. What?
Yeah, what's limiting is the body, mind. It's the action figure. That's what's limiting. But if you drop all of that, you'll recognize and leave a lot more room for everything else. And everything else is a lot. Man, that's eternal. On and on.
That's what they say.
Without boundaries. No parameters, no boundaries, no limitations.
You know, another story I liked that I think they call him a swami. I'm not 100% if that's the correct term, but I wanted to tell you this because I like it. He said that he talks about a gold necklace being changed into a ring, and a gold ring being changed into, I think, a pendant of a monkey or something like that. And he goes, he basically, I'm going to try it because I think I just ruined that story. But basically, the only thing that there's gold. The thing that runs through all those is the gold. No matter what, it was once a necklace. But now it's a ring. It's still gold. Gold is the common factor between all of those. That's not the right way to say it. Ah, shit. It's gold, no matter what shape it takes. That was the point.
Yeah.
I don't know if it makes any sense, but.
No, so we're that energy. We're the energy that's represented by the gold.
Yes.
We're the energy, and the forms that it takes upon itself, the different forms, the different characters, it's still the gold, or it's still the essence of the energy.
Never changed.
That's given that body, mind, life. And when I say it's given life, it's life lived through. So if you just simply live whatever apparently appears to be appearing and happening, allow that to just run through. Just allow it to run through, and that's it. Just let it go. Let it continue to flow. Let it flow. Everything else that doesn't pertain to that doesn't matter. And then you'll begin to notice. You may begin to notice that, oh, okay. Well, I'm not that body, mind, action figure. I'm not all these thoughts that it continues to entertain. I'm none of those things. And yet, at the same time, you'll find that you can still do the things that it does. You can still do the things that body mind's doing. You can still entertain the knowledge it thinks it knows. All those things that it continues to do, you could just picture and imagine that's just a character. And the thoughts that it's having, it's just believing that. And then
My grandma used to call me a character.
But yeah, it's just it's amazing how that works, where you could notice how the body mind's doing that, where it's entertaining all these thoughts. And those thoughts don't belong to it. It's just entertaining them. That's a strange thing, though.
Well,
It
since
really
I
is.
want to label it, I'll tell you what my brain labeled it. No, I forgot it. Never mind. Dispersion of energy. It's
Yeah.
just dispersion of energy.
What distorts reality? What distorts the dream world appearing? The dream world appearing, you can entertain any idea you want and believe that. And then you can believe it, you know it.
Yeah, you can
And
daydream
then
it.
all the information that you carry in your mind, you say, well, yeah, these are my thoughts. And no
My
one's gonna tell me
dreams.
no one's gonna tell me otherwise. Well, if I
Yes.
tell you otherwise, would you
Isn't
recognize it?
isn't it funny? Yeah, it's like don't tell me I might recognize it. That'll make me crazy.
How do you recognize that all these thoughts you keep entertaining are just the
You know,
thoughts of that body mind? That's all it is.
it's so funny
All
is
it is.
I heard Paul say something about a rude awakening, and it's like, I'm pretty sure I was on LSD when I heard that statement the first time. It's a rude awakening. Also, I know it might not be a legitimate experience, but when they speak of unconditional love, the only actual feeling that I can say I ever truly experienced unconditional love and had any sense of like, wow, I really feel unconditional love on this planet right at this second,
Yeah.
was when I was high on drugs. I mean, LSD. I mean, I was so high, I wrote it on my car. God is love. I drove around. I was lucky I probably didn't go to jail, but I mean, I had my car all painted. It was beautiful. It was Woodstock 80 something. Had my friend Fat Freddy there. Oh, shouldn't have said his name, but we were there and he's playing music. And I felt every molecule of my body be dissolved. And I was like, this little, it's just trippy. And then I started singing, which was, if I had any sense about me, would be totally embarrassing. But it was in the moment. And it was playing guitar. It was just flow.
Yeah.
It was strange.
You're reacting to your environment.
Yeah, it was interesting.
The body
So
mind
like I
does
said,
that a lot.
yeah.
Yeah, the body mind will do that. It'll react to its environment. Well, what does that mean?
And then
Well,
this other thought was like, let's take DMT. And then the other thought is, no, don't do that. That there's a better way to achieve what you're looking for. You don't need to do that. You heard of DMT, it's a new drug that they say it releases a chemical or I wouldn't even know where to get it. So I probably get arrested trying to, I don't even know if it's legal. I should probably start with that.
they call it the
Anyway,
God particle.
yeah, that's what they're calling it.
It's called the God
They
particle.
say it's released at death or something, a hormone that probably
Yeah,
makes transition easier, but whatever. And I can think of it as from a scientific view. Yeah, that makes sense. Your body's making your death more comfortable because comfort is the body's like objective. I don't want to be hungry. I don't want to be cold. I don't want to be wet. You know what I mean? I want to be happy. I want a wife. I want kids. I want kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, a normal, not because I'm abnormal. No, that's not what I want. No.
But it's as though that DMT is there because it knows that once that energy is released, that's it. It's going to make its final journey. But we don't know what that journey is going to take us to.
Exactly. That was the other side of the coin. You know, there's two sides.
That's
to
the
my
toughest
thought.
one. That's the toughest one to really try to put your finger on it.
Well, yeah, because you don't know.
Try to wrap your mind around something that.
And anything you can conceive can be an illusion. That was my other thought. It's like, you know, well, you basically already said it's, so it is. Yeah. It's like, what if it's all just a conceived notion about some freaking crazy stuff? I equate sometimes my thoughts to mental illness, you know, because it makes more sense from a logical point of view. Really, it does. I've had experiences waking that should have been dream experiences without drugs. I mean, I was literally taken to the hospital and tested for drugs and felt like I was on LSD the whole time. And
Yeah.
I wasn't, you know, and anyways, I mean, not that it fucking matters, but it was, they were going to lock me up in a mental institution. I guess, I know I probably looked crazy because everything just felt like I was on an acid trip. They'd ask me a question, then I'd answer it, and they'd look at me, and I was like, they'd ask me again, who's the president of the United States? I said, George Bush. You know, I was after they asked me twice, I was like, am I wrong? Is that not the president? Fuck, I don't know. You know? And right when I told him, I said, my friend's coming to get me. Nobody's coming to get you. I'm like, don't be telling me that shit. And then right when they were wheeling me off, George came around the corner. They were literally hauling me off to a mental institution. I never even told them what was going on in my fucking head, and they said I was crazy. Just looked into my eyes and said, he's out of it. You know, they could tell anyways, yeah, I had a different perspective of how the world looked that day. Yeah. And so the point being about DMT and about reality, that's all. That was the whole point. I got sidetracked by a story.
But that's what happens. And all of these trips that the body takes, that's all they are. They're just trips of the mind.
Yeah.
Hallucinogens or hallucinations. It's all the same though. It's all unreal. None of it's really true.
I don't know, Richard.
None of
I
it's
don't
real.
know no more. I think I'm having another one right now.
All of this is unreal. Is there anything really real? Well, your energy is your energetic movement, what you truly are. That's real because that's part of the unreal. That's how real it is.
There, huh? It seems like it's always there.
The realness of how real that is that it's so real that it's also unreal.
Lord have mercy.
It's both. It's unreal and real. It's both at the same time. Now that's the toughest, one of the tougher ideas to try to grapple with, but it doesn't make any sense.
It'd be like saying,
both.
It's like saying
real,
the chicken that is the egg laid itself. Right? What came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, obviously the chicken laid itself. That's all that has to happen. Yeah. Otherwise, there's a paradox. I'm sorry, did I solve it?
No, the first chicken. That's what arrived first.
No.
Which came first, the chicken or the egg? The chicken, obviously. It did. chicken
Oh.
arrived. But then it said, well, that
How do you
chicken
count
had to be a little baby at one point. It had to be the egg, didn't it? Well, then it's the egg.
Oh, it was both.
It's both. Yeah, it's both the chicken and the egg.
Yes, that makes more sense.
Because
Paradoxically.
there's a beginning and an ending.
No,
There,
not if it's the
there's
chicken.
no ending, there's no beginning. There's always a
Hey.
constant beginning. There's no ending.
Oh, did you say it's both the egg and the chicken? Did you
Yeah,
say that?
that's
Wow,
right.
that's heavy, dude.
I
I'm
know.
now.
That is.
Shit. Pretty
It
soon
is.
the wall will go.
It's both the chicken and the egg at the same time. So that makes sense.
Isn't it weird when you actually realize you are living on you're living on a living planet? To actually understand that and feel it and know it. I mean, it's just an incredible experience, you know. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't right now, but I know it. I
but
know
it is.
I know it's there.
It is a living planet.
Hmm. And
But
to feel it. And to
just
feel
try to
it.
imagine how many other living planets there are in the universe.
That's
Oh
a
my
little much. What are you trying to do? Break me?
God. That baffles the mind right there.
Huh?
That baffles the mind right there to think of
Oh
that.
God. I don't even I'm trying to that's a sensory over or whatever is too much. Just trying to figure out my little shithole right here. I know. It is what it is.
There is no here, there is no there. I'm not here, you're not there. You're not there, you're not here. We're neither here or there. We're everywhere.
And
That's
technically,
another one.
you're seeing me from there, and we're in between both of those places in a way.
There is
The
no space.
energy.
All
Wow.
illusion. I know.
Damn it, I thought it was magic again.
You're looking at a body mind in a picture, the image is being projected, and that's unreal.
Richard, there's this theory or a saying or a feeling that I hear a lot. I don't know whether it's just because algorithms or what, but that the planet and the people are becoming more conscious. Do you believe that or spiritual? I don't actually know if I feel that. It feels like maybe there's an awakening. I just don't see it like in the right light. But do you think the world's becoming more spiritually awake? Or there's a spiritual.
I think it has nowhere else to go.
Wow.
I have a feeling that it's going to turn out that way anyway.
I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure they said the world will end with fire, either physically or metaphorically. I think that's how they said it. I thought, well,
Yeah.
heck, that gives you two options. You're either going to get it right or you're going to burn it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I thought that was interesting. I don't know. It's just an illusion anyway. So
Well, what is said about energy? What is said? What do we know about energy? We know it cannot be destroyed.
yes, I've known that for a long time. Well,
Energy
I
can't
don't know
be.
it.
It can
I
be
was told that.
redistributed, though. It can be redistributed, and that's what's going to happen.
Scientifically,
So when we pass away, we get redistributed, or it's a transition,
They say that.
or we transition into some other kind of reality base. Or if this is a dream, then we wake up to another dream. Then
No, I know that. Well,
if
I
we
don't
wake
know
up from a sleeping dream, that means we're going to wake up from the awake dream as well. But when we wake up from the awake dream,
that. You're
that's
still
when,
here.
yeah, that's when it can no longer appear or appear visible in mirrors anyway.
What?
It no longer makes an appearance with everything else that's in this reality frame. And this is a very thin one, by the way. This is a very thin band of energy that's appearing, very thin. The spectrum is wide for all the other appearances of other energy forms that are
Isn't
appearing.
that crazy? There really is a large spectrum, and we have such a small. I mean, according to what they say. I mean, I really don't know. I'm not smart enough to know.
Of what's actually true or visible. It's invisible to us because we're we're still entertaining the idea that we're here. If we entertaining the idea we're here, we have no cognizance of any other type of reality.
Other than
Because
dreams.
we're still using these body minds. If we're using these body minds, and although they're temporary, well, we'll just continue to use them until we can no longer use them. And then transition to the next reality frame.
The gold is recycled from one necklace into a ring.
Yeah.
It's just energy being redistributed.
Redistribution of energy. Just if that could be accepted, that's fine. That's good enough. And
you know, I want to say I know it, but I don't know it because I didn't figure it out. But I did hear a long time ago that energy doesn't die, it only transfers. And then, you know, that Hawking's theory that information is never lost, even in a black hole. So, I mean, that's supposed to be the great darkness. You know, I've always thought it looked more like an eyeball myself. Like, what is an eyeball but an eater of light, you know? And what is a black hole but an eater of light? You know, a fractal. I mean, how would I know if I'm a microcosm inside of a giant body or not? You know, how would I know? I could be an ant. You've flown over houses? They look like ants. You're just a bug.
it's a perspective.
Exactly, man.
In a long distance away from the surface of the earth, we look like ants. It's just we looked at just real small dots, but there's the fractal again.
Yeah, man. Yeah. You know, right after I had my experience, I was, I don't know how to say it now. I don't want to own something that I don't own. I don't know how to speak about it. So I don't own it. How do I speak about something you don't own? I don't have a copyright. Is that copyrighted? I don't know. Ah, shit. I don't even know what to say now. Never mind. You get it. Won't matter. Wow. I had a thought. I don't know what it was. It was a thought.
A fleeting thought.
Yeah. Tried to recognize something about it. That's all I remember. It don't matter. It's all good though, right? Everything's all good.
And yet, here we are.
And yet here we are. Does that mean we're miserable? I don't think I'm miserable.
No.
I heard I'm so miserable that I shouldn't say this, we're recording. Well, it hurt a little bit because I don't think I'm miserable. Am I just lying to myself? I mean, at least out of a scale of like 100%, I would say I'm at least
An action figure can feel miserable.
Happy, huh?
An action figure can feel miserable. An action figure can claim that it feels miserable. It's experiencing misery.
Yes.
But what if you're not that action figure that's calling itself miserable? What if you're not that? Then what? Well, that's true. You're really not that. Anything that body mind says it is, it's not. It's going to make claims. It's going to call itself all kinds of things. Throughout its life, it's going to call itself all kinds of things. And none of it's ever going to be true. None of it's ever going to be true. So whatever it calls itself, no, it's not it.
Okay.
None of those things are true.
So what if I say I'm nothing? Such a clever little brain.
And yet you're appearing as everything at the same time.
Don't go
because
there.
you are appearing with everything. See?
There you go. I like with everything.
So you're appearing with everything at the same time.
Yes.
Because it's true. You're everything. You're everything and no thing.
Yes.
You're no thing, everythinging, and everything, no thinging. Oh man. Whoa.
No thingy.
You can't say anything about that
Oh,
where
I felt a little dizzy after that.
you're no thing, every singing, and everything no singing, man.
A lot of
And
thinking.
that's always that way. It's always like that. It's always like that. Always, always. Everything no singing and no singing, everything constantly over and over and over again. And that's it. So what do you do with that?
Just go with the flow, I guess.
There you go. That's the one. Go with the flow. The flow of what? The flow of life.
Yep.
The flow of life apparently appearing as it does, as everything, no singing and no singing everything. And then that continues on. All right. That's pretty easy. That's quite easy to do. Just let it happen. It's easy to do because you're not doing it.
It does
Nobody's
seem,
really doing this.
yeah, I
This
know.
isn't really being done.
You want to know something,
Everything's already done. There's nothing to
Richard?
do about everything.
When there
So
was
let it be. Yeah.
Yes.
Let it be what it is because it's going to be that anyway.
Is there sometimes that when something appears, uh, like I'd like to say that waiting for something to happen, and then something happens, and yet you don't like how the happening. So is it like in the body? I heard about it already. It's about how you handle it, how it's handled, how you perceive
Nothing's happening.
it. Smash!
Nothing's happening. What do you mean something's happening? Nothing's happening.
Yeah, there's nothing.
No, there's nothing really happening.
But when
It apparently appeared to happen.
when it
It
apparently
apparently appeared to happen, but
oh, hang
they're
on.
not really happening.
I need to get something real quick.
It's all right.
Oh, oh, goodness. Well, one thing I heard today from that lady that I thought was she was talking about her dreaming, is she mentioned something about it made me notice anyway. Whatever. I noticed that there was a when she said that in her dreams she noticed that she grew also in her dream, and I never recognized it until she said it that I also grew in my dreams. You know,
Well,
because I had dreams when I was a child that I remember. I mean, I have two early little boy dreams that were that scary. I mean, for a baby, but whatever. I mean, I was like 5 or something. I don't know. I know I rode a tricycle still, so that's pretty little. I don't know the age. And but I was a child body in my dream. And
yeah.
now I'm an old body when I dream. I know because when certain encounters I go, but I'm old. Yeah, but I'm old. I tell I'm an old body. You know, there's a reinforcement, I guess, of identity probably is what's going on, right? Even in the
Yeah,
dream.
that's just a
Even
reinforcement.
even in the dream.
Even in the dream. But the body mind, when it goes to sleep, is still a body mind. It's still
Yeah,
a body mind sleeping. So all it is becoming a body mind dreaming.
yeah.
But that's
Not
all.
much,
That's all it's doing.
not much different than it is now, though, right? That's what's
Right.
great.
Body mind's dreaming. Yeah. Well, it's constantly dreaming. Always. Always dreaming. But we are the dreamings. So if we are the dreaming, so whatever is appearing,
Look, we are the dreaming. Wait.
well, we're the dreamings. We're not the dreamer, and we're not the dreamt. We're the dreaming.
I don't know
The
if I
dreaming.
understand that.
The dreamings are the appearances. This is appearing as a dream, right? Everything's appearing as a dream, yeah? Right? Everything's appearing as a dream. Well, we're
So
going along with that. We're appearing with this dream. So
we're
if
just
we're
part
appearing
of
with
the
a dream, that means it's dreamings. So
so
the
we're just part of
dreamings
the
are
dream.
the appearances of the
You're
dream.
saying we're just part of the dream then, right?
Yes, we're part of it because it's appearing. If it's appearing, that means we're part of it. So if that's the case, then we're apparently appearing as the dream is dreaming. And the dream is dreaming dreamings.
Oh.
So the dream is dreaming dreamings. Always, always dreamings. That's activity, ing. It's always ing. It's an energetic movement, constant flow. Always a constant flow. It's never static, it's never still. It's always, always, always moving. No matter how still it believes it is, no matter how peaceful or calm, it's still appearing. It's still appearing. It's stillness appearing. It's still appearing as stillness.
Yes. You know, it's so funny because it makes more sense to me that it's perception, you know, it's like I know that it might not be the way I see it, but I also have a understanding that if no matter how I see it, it's probably not that way anyway, right? Like I decided because you know they say we're energy, everything's energy, right? So I keep seeing in my mind, whatever, uh, this, and it's sparking like a tree, right? It's a tree spark. And I thought, it looks like a dang tree. And most things look like a tree. Your nervous system looks like a tree. And I thought, what if this only sees that energy in that form? That's how I identify energy. Like, I don't see it in that state. I have a different perspective, so to speak, of energy. So it's appears as a solid, a tree, rather than appearing as a lightning. You know, all the energy. I can't see its energy. It's
I
trapped
don't know.
in
I'm not sure if this is going to make sense to you. I'm about to tell you.
it. What?
But everything you're telling me is not true, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Everything you're telling me is seen through the eyes of the body mind that's thinking. See, you're thinking these thoughts and you're perceiving them. So you're saying, yeah, I'm perceiving that I don't feel all static. I see it as a dream. No, you don't. You're not even seeing that.
It's
So
less than
what I'm trying to tell you is everything that you think you see through the eyes of William, that's not it.
that.
None of those things that you believe you see. So how in the hell are you going to believe anything then? How are you supposed to explain this? What is
I don't
happening?
know at all.
Well, this is what we do. This is what we say. We simply say that although you're not William, you're not the action figure, you're not that body mind. So any thought it has is just entertaining that thought, and that's all that that's doing. Entertaining the thought that it has in that mind, of that mind. Remember, I'm not even saying my mind because it's not mine. I don't have a mind of my own. I don't. I don't even feel funny saying it because the body mind that says it is admitting. It's admitting that it's unreal. It's just apparently appearing. It's an apparent appearance. That's all this is. If that's the case, then what are we? Well, we're that which animates or produces life for it. In other words, we're animating it. We're the animatings. So if we're the animatings that's animating the body, and we're not even the animator, but we're animating. So we're the energy. We're giving the body the energy that it's producing. The energy that it produces is appearing. It's an appearance. It's an apparent appearance. So the energy that's appearing is what we truly are. We're truly that energy, but it's constant energy. It's a constant flow. It's never off. It never shuts off. It's always coursing through the appearance of a body mind. It's apparently appearing. That is what we truly are. We're truly the energy that's giving the apparent appearance of a body mind that light that it has. The light that it has is going based on the energy that's being produced. And that energy is being produced because it's simply appearing along with everything else. So if it's an appearance of everything else, then that is the animation, or those are the animatings. So all these illustrations and all these things that I'm referring to are just apparent appearances. It's just apparently appearing a certain way. And that's what it's going to continue doing over and over, continuing to apparently appear in various ways. Now, if it's appearing in one way or another, it can appear in so many ways, but you can't really pinpoint one particular way.
Mm.
It's going to appear in innumerable ways. And that's what it continues to do. And it's what's doing, it's even happening now. It's just apparently appearing. So that's why we always hear Andreas as one of the main non-duality speakers these days, who says this a lot.
Who?
He says it apparently appears, apparently.
Dangerous. And
it's apparently appearing.
Who?
It's just an apparent appearance. Andreas Mueller, that German
curly
hair guy.
Mueller. Yeah.
Yeah, the curly hair guy, Mueller. He says that a lot. He says, well, it's apparently appearing. They're just apparent appearances, apparently. That's true. Seemingly.
It almost seems overused because it can use it everywhere.
Well, it's true because that's what's appearing everywhere.
Oh,
the everywhereness of everywhere is apparently appearing. It's true. The everywhereness of everywhere is apparently appearing. Is continuously apparently appearing.
I know.
Seemingly is another word like apparent.
He's very nihilistic, or I don't know if that's the right word. I
heard
it.
Yeah, nihilistic means he annihilates everything. Everything that appears, annihilate that. You're not that. You're not that. Everything that you say, you're not that.
Yeah.
That's fine. Then what are you? Well,
I don't know.
Both real and unreal.
Nothing left.
You're both real and unreal. You're everything, no thinging, no thing, everything. See, if you say those phrases, that's true. That's good enough. But that's as far as you could go with it. You can't go any further than that. Because if you try going further than that, what do you start hitting? You start hitting infinity.
I think I want to go back to just being the leaf on the water again, man. Just enjoy the ride. Go with the flow.
You could be that drop in the ocean.
Yes.
Or a wave. You could be a wave in the ocean. That's fine.
Hey, I thought about the wave in in the ocean and the wave. I like that analogy. And, somebody talked about, I don't know where it came from, but somebody talked about it. And he said that, we're all waves, but using that analogy as waves in the ocean, I thought, and then they talked about crashing into the, when the end of the wave comes, you're going to hit the shore, and then that's the end of the wave. You go back to the ocean, or the water turns back to the ocean. Oh, I think I know who else. I know that same Swami guy. He has so many good stories. Or at least he used that one too. And I thought, okay. And then I'm not sure if Jim might have used it. Not Jim. Oh, Tim. Tim? Yeah, Tim. Oh. Anyways, he might have used that the ocean expression also. But I thought I see my mother as a wave and realized, that she approached his shore. I seen my mother, and from my mother, I seen the wave as my mother, and as she hit the shore, I felt separated from her, even though she returned back to the ocean. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That metaphor. And yeah.
Every body mind, every body mind, and every body mind yet to appear as a person being born, all of that was simply an apparent appearance of another form of energy.
You
And it's
know,
apparently appearing for nobody. It had no reason, meaning, or purpose, no volition, no free will of its own. It's just apparently appearing, just like everything else apparently appears. If that's the case, then that's what we're seeing.
you know,
What we're seeing
oh, sorry.
is apparently appearing to be everything, no thingy, and no thing, everything, everywhere.
I don't know if everybody, I have not heard everybody's, or everybody, anybody, whatever. I was surprised a little bit that nobody uses the expression of the infinite appearing in the,
Finitely.
yes.
The
Because
infinite appearing finitely.
it makes a lot of sense, right? There's
It does.
a sense to it.
Well,
Yeah.
everything's appearing as the infinite, finitely appearing. If the infinite is appearing finitely, that means that everything that appears finitely is temporally finitely.
Could you switch it around too then? Is nothing
Sure you
appearing
can.
as anything?
Sure
Huh?
you can. You could also say that the infinite is apparent appearance. No. Finiteness is the apparent appearance of the infinite. It's both infinite and finite. The
Finite.
infinite appearing finitely, and the finiteness of finitely appearing is also infinite.
Finiteness
So
is temporal, right?
yeah. So it's both the infinite appearing finitely and the finitely appearing appearances that are apparently appearing finitely are also infinite.
I wish I could feel like I did when you used to say that. You know, I'd be like, this guy's whack. I can understand you, man. Oh shit. It makes sense. Shouldn't though. That's the other thing is Paul said is, you know, says when you guys are going like this, yeah, that's not a good sign. Like you think you're getting it. Kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier. It's like he said it's kind of better when you're going, what? What the heck are you talking about? Yeah. Like I wish I felt that because I've obviously lost that. Because I did feel that. I was like, what the fuck?
That's all right. The body mind continues to try and convince itself that it knows what this is. It knows about everything. It tries to convince itself, and it's going to continue to do that because that's all it tries to do. It all tries to entertain ideas, call thoughts its own, my mind, my life, my body. I have a mind of my own. I have thoughts of my own. It's always going to try to proclaim. And as long as it's doing that, then it's all it is unreal. But if it continues to believe in its unrealness, well, then that's fine.
Oh.
That's all it's doing. It's neither right or wrong. It's just what apparently appears to happen. But at the same time, that body mind may one day recognize that it's not real. And the day that it does that, then it's going to recognize, well, yeah, that's fine. Because it's going to continue to happen anyway. So it's going to continue to happen anyway. It's going to apparently appear as it does anyway.
Isn't
regardless
that
of what you think? Yeah.
Richard? I found it amazing how many people, and I mean, I'm sure I was there too. I do remember being there now. Find it amazing. It's amazing that when you get trapped in the I'm not the doer, right? There's just doing. And then the thought that happens to the head is just crazy, right? Like, well, then why? Then you're saying I don't need to do anything because it's just going to get done. Well, if I don't pay the mortgage, all that stuff, that whole thing, it's just amazing.
It is. It gets done anyway.
I understand that, but I also understand that the thing that they're trying to grasp onto too. But I understand the other side, that, or I probably don't because I think I do. That's the new message I'm getting. It's like you're fooling yourself, you dumbass, but keep trying. Go with it, run, yeah, have fun. But anyways, meanwhile, back at the ranch. I just think they pay the rent. Who does the dishes? If I don't do the dishes, who does the dishes? Well, the dishes get done. Unacceptable. There's just doing dishes or however it's said. I don't know how they say it or how it should be said, but basically it's not you doing anything. It's just, and I don't think people recognize a separation between the two that they can't, right? Is that what's wrong? They can't see that the difference between doing it and it's just
appearing to get done.
Yeah. And it's like, well, I have to be the one doing it. I've heard it more than once. There was a lady, I'm glad I don't know anybody's names because I might use them.
when you're doing the dishes, do you believe you're doing them? When you're doing the dishes, do you believe it's you doing them?
I probably do. I don't know. I don't think
if you believe you're doing the dishes, then that's where you're stuck. You're kind of stuck in that belief. You're believing that you're doing the dishes. Now the dishes are just being done. That's true because that body mind is just simply doing dishes. Now, doing dishes. Now, are they being done? Yeah, they're being done, but they're not being done by anybody. Okay, now what does that mean? They're not being done by anybody. There's a body there that's doing dishes. Yeah, that's just an apparent appearance of a body doing dishes. See? So it depends on how you look at it, the perspective.
Yeah.
That's what's different right there.
Yeah. It's amazing though, right?
Yeah, you're just teetering. Your perspective can change that subtly and that quickly, and that fast, because you're both.
Right.
You're apparently appearing to be a body mind that's doing dishes, but you're really not that body mind. You're really not that body mind because it's seemingly so. It's apparently appearing. It's not really so. It's just an apparent appearance. So if it's an apparent appearance, then that's true. That's what's happening.
Dreaming.
What's appearing to happen is dishes being done. But here's the difference. You don't take it personally. That's the difference.
Yeah.
A body mind doesn't take themselves so seriously, or they don't take themselves personally. Now, when I say take yourself, well, you can't really take yourself in any way, shape, or form. It's the perspective that's apparently appearing to observe. Now, what is it observing? Well, it's in the act of observing a body mind doing all those activities that it does. Day in and day out, it sleeps, it eats, it dreams, goes to the bathroom, it does all those things.
It can even daydream while doing the dishes.
Yeah, every day it's doing those activities. But that's just the dishes being done. The dishes are just getting done. That's all.
You don't even have to be there. You can wander off in your mind and be
thinking and that happens anyway. That does, if you notice.
So, then who's doing the dishes then? That's what somebody says. Who's doing the dishes when you ain't there paying attention?
They're getting done. That's all that there is to it. The dishes are getting done. And there's a body that apparently appears to be doing them, but that's all. That's it. It's just an apparent appearance of a body doing dishes. That's it. Body mind. Yeah. An action figure doing dishes. That's all it's doing. And it's going to do some other activity after that. But that's all that, those are all apparent appearances. It's all a dream. It's in the dream. So absolutely everything that you believe you're doing is just a dream. So
Man,
if you believe you're doing anything, here's a kicker. If you believe you're doing anything, then that is a body mind still trapped in its own mind, that it believes its own mind, and and that's what it continues to believe. It continues to believe in doings and knowings. It's doing, and it knows what it's doing, and it knows what it's doing because it believes it, and it believes that it's a separate person, a separate sense of self,
yes.
and then it believes that there's other people in the world that think the same way in agreement. Now that's what one side of the coin.
Yeah.
The other side of the coin is that there's nobody. There's
Yeah.
nobody that's self-identifying with themselves. And if they are, that's all they're doing. They're just conjuring the idea. They're conjuring all those ideas that they're a separate sense of self.
I knew it was magic.
So the conjuring is simply the energy that's taking that action figure and believing that it's real. That's the only difference right there. It's believing that it's real, believes in what it knows and what it does, and so it self-identifies with itself. It self-identifies with that conjured self. The conjuring or the conjured self believes that. Okay, and there's that side of the coin. The other side of the coin is that there is no conjured self that does anything. It's just an apparent appearance.
This Conjured Self just remembered getting his butt spanked when he was a little boy. So that thought just passed. Like, yep, you got your ass kicked, didn't you?
Oh yeah,
That was very reinforcing to who the heck I was and what I
yeah.
did.
My dad was really brutal too. My dad used
Yeah.
to beat me up too. Yeah, beat me with a belt, same way.
Yep. Oh yeah, they love that leather belt.
Yeah.
My stepdad worked at a leather factory. He'd come home smelling like that formaldehyde. Oh,
Yeah.
awful. Back in Utah,
Yep.
I don't know why I got started off on that silly story.
That's all right.
Anyway, it's quite the experience. It was reinforcement of the who I am being hit. What's funny is when I see it now, because it's a memory,
Yeah.
claimed as a memory, whatever, however. Yeah, I don't see it like from my eyes anymore. I see it from this area because it's, I don't know, like I don't know, I shouldn't share it, but okay, I'll share a different ass kicking. I got in trouble for destroying somebody's property. So, I got in trouble because I still, boy, there was just a boy being bad, but oh boy, was he bad. We destroyed this guy's backyard, had all these nice figurines and a nice pool, and we dumped them all in the guy's pool. He opens his back door and sees us and catches us, and grabs us by the stick of the neck and drags us home. Yeah. All those things. But
Those are just memories that
yeah,
belong to that body mind action figure. Just
but
recognize that.
the kid that was doing it, it wasn't there was no malfeasance. I mean, honestly, I was this it wasn't like, I know it was a wrong thing to do because I got in trouble for it, but I wasn't out, there wasn't a sense of I want to get hurt somebody. You know what I mean? It was just a kid being a kid. I was exploring. I mean, it feels like a dream in a way when I think about how we walked along the fences. I mean, I was just I was all over everywhere as a kid. You could do that back in the 70s.
Huckleberry Finn.
Huh? Yeah. Well,
Huckleberry Finn.
Grandpa,
what, German?
what's for dinner?
I'll figure it out, man. What happened to the 2 hamburgers and the French fries?
That was like at 4 o'clock.
That was not 4 o'clock. It was
That
5
was-
o'clock.
No, because we got lunch at 3. You
Oh,
guys
come
were there
on.
for. You
Have
guys
some
came
cereal
back for
then.
an hour.
Have some cereal. There's cereal in there.
I don't like cereal.
Oh my gosh. Well, then you're not hungry.
Yes, I am.
I'm not gonna do it right now. Figure it out. Figure it out. There's taco things in the oven.
There's no sour cream.
Oh. See,
He can't cook for himself.
no, he can't do that. And then there's always, well, there's this problem and that problem. And
Man,
then
I was always cooking for myself since I was 15. I was always cooking.
that's where we're at. I
Yeah,
don't know how to handle it anymore.
that's okay.
I just want to be that. Sometimes I feel like I want to be that elephant that goes out in the woods by himself. Just lives alone. I know it ain't right, but there's so many distractions. Then I tell myself, you couldn't even handle being without all.
If you want to prepare something, go ahead and do that. It don't take long. You
No,
want to prepare him a meal? Yeah.
he could have hot dogs. He could make hot dogs. Oh, but there's no hamburger bun, or there's not hot dog buns. He'd have to use other type of bread.
Yeah.
It's like I just think it's so funny because back when I was a kid, you had a bread, you put your hot dog in there, you fold it up. There's a hot dog bun. No,
Well,
I gotta have a hot dog bun. Just all the shit, man.
yeah.
Did you see how big that kid is? He's taller than me. He should be cooking me food. Shit. No, but I am gonna go to the store. He's just pushing on me. Then he said that his friend had COVID that just spent the night last night. His parents tested him. He has COVID. Kid. So I said, well, whatever.
My wife just got over COVID. She had it. Yeah. She had it and she got
I
over
guess
it.
we're all gonna get it.
She went back to work. So I don't think I'm gonna get it though.
I don't think so either. I don't
really
know.
don't. I got my 2 shots. I already got my 2 shots. I'm gonna get a booster eventually, and that's good
I didn't
enough.
get a booster. I didn't get a booster. He doesn't have a booster. He got the 2.
Yeah,
We're all vaccinated in here.
good enough. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that if we did catch it, it'd be so mild that it's supposedly already mild.
Probably wouldn't even notice it.
Yeah. I said, hell, he might have caught it from us for all I know. Really, we could be asymptomatic, there's people saying that too, that, if you're vaccinated, you could be spreading it and not knowing it. It's like, well, then you better
be a
get
carrier.
vaccinated. Yeah.
Yeah.
You better get vaccinated then. You don't want me to give it to you. I know that's terrible, huh? But I understand it too. I can get why people would be afraid to do that, but I don't really care. I don't want to talk about it. I'm just saying. I have understandings. I can think on, like I had Trumper friends. I don't mean to bring him up, but I do not think he's the wonderfulest man on earth. I have people that think he walks on water, or they'll at least carry him across water because he doesn't need to walk on water, So whatever. But I can understand why they feel that way, or I could formulate ideas to see how they could make that viewpoint a reality for them.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I agree with it. I really don't, but whatever. Whatever, and I don't even know why I'm rambling on about it. It's shit coming out of my mouth.
That's all right.
Yeah, Omicron. Stupid Omicron.
But what needed to be said has been stated.
I guess so, right?
Yeah.
I already know it's futile. What else is to know? I
Yeah.
thought
And
the force was with me. Now I hear there's no force. I'm just joking. I heard Tony get a little. So I didn't say that. You know, some guy said, "Well, you said," he very took offense to being told he said something that didn't come out of his mouth. He didn't like that. I was surprised to see him be very. He's always so easygoing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So to see aside for him to say, "Don't say something," I didn't say that. Don't say I said that when I didn't say that. He took a strong position.
Yeah.
You know, to speak. I was like, wow, okay. I think I might have seen that once before on some video, but
yeah.
And then it was like, he doesn't waste time with that either, though. You know, it seems like he just moves on from it. You know, I hope to get there someday. I wish I could see confrontation and just go, eh.
You will.
Yeah.
You probably will. You continue, you know, checking out the satsangs, continue listening to the different speakers, and eventually it'll get through.
Yeah.
Yeah, eventually it'll make sense. It'll make so much sense.
Richard, that when you said that, it reminded me of when you said that it's so simple. I remember learning things that I didn't know, or I complicated problems that I don't remember what they were now, but and then the solution was just so simple. I'd never been taught certain things, you know, and it's so funny, and that's the only example I have for you know, to say it's like that or something that it's so simple that, you know, I couldn't even conceive of it, and, you know, but the idea was given to me from someone else, but hopefully this idea will just appear or whatever happens. But anyways, yeah. Just that there's a knowing of not knowing. Or there's a knowing of, oh, that's funny, a knowing. Anyways, I'm gonna shut up.
That's okay. But you see, it's hiding in the simplicity of ordinariness. That's where this message hides. It hides in the ordinariness of everyday life. The ordinariness.
And I think that's funny that just saying that alone makes it seem more untangible. It's so simple, I can't see it.
It's hiding there.
It's crazy.
It's hiding in the ordinariness. Everything is so damn simple, so damn ordinary that it hides there. It is so well concealed in the ordinariness.
Yeah.
So if you just recognize that ordinariness, that's all it'll take. In many cases, that's all it really takes to notice it. One day that mind's gonna just drop. That mind's
I'll
gonna
tell
fall.
you.
When that mind falls, when that mind falls, you'll recognize it.
Yeah.
You'll recognize it. And then you'll try to remember how it felt to be a separate sense of self, and it won't return. It won't come back.
See, that's how I know I'm not separate. Is I know that if I knew it, I would know it.
Actually, it's not even a knowing.
That's right.
It's not a knowing. It's a recognition. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be recognized. It's a recognition.
But not a knowing.
But it's a recognition that you never really knew anything that you thought you knew. All the thoughts that you held, all those beliefs and thoughts and ideas and memories, all of that you were holding on to, if that falls away, that's fine. That's okay. Because you never really were real. You never really were an individual, a person.
I'll tell you.
That person you believe you were. Yeah.
Somebody was talking about body pain and so on. Maybe it was us. It's something to do with can't remember, but I definitely remember when my surgery happened and that woman couldn't find the vein in my hand. I tried to be pleasant, tell myself, okay, you know, I tried to do that, but whatever. Or there's a trying happening, whatever. And it hurt really bad, man. I tried to stay positive and say, it's just the body, dude. Don't trip, man. I was like, ha 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 ha. Okay, lady, you should try this hand. Yeah. I was trying, but man, it hurt. And it was just like threw me right into the body. You know, I couldn't separate my thoughts from this.
That's understandable. When you're going through such traumatic pain, you can't think of nothing else but right there and then.
Yeah. But then they shot me up full of drugs and everything got fuzzy. So it don't matter.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was just saying that how pain could be really take you out of a happy place. You know, or at least a place you think is comfortable in your mind. You know. I don't know. I try to think. That's funny. I try to just let it all be. I think. Therefore, I am not. Right? Shit. That's funny. I like that better. I think, therefore, I am not. See?
No, if you think, therefore you are, no.
I am not.
You are without thinking.
Oh, shit.
In other words, you could be without the knowing. You don't have to have knowing to be.
I think you're right. I think there's proof in the world to do that, to say that. But I don't know that. I just know it from the plants.
You don't have to know it.
Plants do it. They don't need to know it. They just do it.
Yeah, you don't have to know it. You don't have to know yourself into existence. You don't have to know yourself into existence. What I'm trying to say. You're going to exist even beyond the knowing. You're going to exist beyond knowing. Yeah, because that's what you do anyway.
Oh.
You exist beyond the knowledge of knowing. If that's the case, you don't even have to know it. You don't have to know anything to be. So if there's nothing to know, if there's nothing to know to be,
so then we just talk about movies then?
then you're already being that. There's a movie called Mr. Nobody.
Yeah.
And that's a good one. 2009.
Sounds familiar. Oh, it's old. Okay, that's why.
Yeah, it's a 2009 movie, but it's good. It's a good one.
I was watching something funny on humorous. I think it's dark humor. It's about somebody getting killed, so I guess it's probably dark humor. Anyway, it's called oh shit, the After Party. I think so. Yeah, the After Party. That's on Apple TV, Apple thing.
Yeah.
Man, there's two out of the Apple series stuff. There's two programs that I really liked. One was the Foundation or Foundation. I can't remember. It's a really good. If you ever get Apple, it's a good science fiction series. It's really a good one, I think. I like it anyway. Then that other one, but it just came out with three episodes. The other one's already been played. The whole series that came out. You wouldn't have to. You could binge watch it. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like binge watching.
The Foundation.
Yeah, think it's called the Foundation. Yeah.
Okay, I'll look into it.
Oh, here's my app. Oh, it says you're not connected. Oh, okay, good. Oh, it says, yeah, the after party. That's funny. I don't
Okay.
like, that's on Apple. I don't know if you get Apple, but what was the other one? Oh, yeah, let me look right here. I already watched it, so it might not show up. Oh, yeah, the Foundation. There it is. You see that? Is it
Oh
back?
yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's about these. They call the Empire. It's about this family that I don't remember 10,000 years or 1,000 years. They've been in and not family. It's actually one dude that started cloning himself. There's always 3 of them as a kid, and they call him the. I think they call the baby Dawn, the middle one the Empire, and then the oldest guy, Dusk. You know, the one. So there's always 3 of them in alive, but anyways, and it's from the same guy that's been reincarnated over and over again. Anyways, I don't want to spoil the whole plot, but yeah, that's pretty cool. And then there's this has to do with math and science and some what is it called weird shit. Math, science, and weird shit. You know that. Actually, science and math are kind of the same thing. Yeah. Let's see. I gotta get to the store at 9:30. I'm gonna leave. I gotta go get coffee.
Okay.
It's 25 minutes. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, you need to do that. That's fine, and I'll take a break. Yeah.
Take that kid to the store.
That's all right. We'll get him fed. That'll be it.
Ah, he's pouring cereal. I heard it. Yeah, poor guy. He's gotta eat cereal.
I know how you feel for him, so you gotta go to the store anyway. Get it done.
It's all good.
Like yeah.
I thought 2 Big Macs and a French fry would be sufficient.
No, he's a growing kid. You gotta realize he's gonna need
Fuck,
more
I
than
do,
that.
man. It's like he's expensive. I already realized it. He eats a lot. I mean, you know, he's a big kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He does not like listening to my weird shit, you know, the weird shit. My granddaughter, she's a little more acceptable. She don't like it, but I was surprised that today when I was taking her to work, I thought she had her earphones in, but she was actually listening to Tony. So, something might sneak through there. You better watch out. She might hear something. She's actually, man, sometimes I wonder if she's the one who's awake. The kid.
What do you mean?
She's nihilistic, man.
Oh, okay.
She's like, what's it matter? You know, things die. And, you know, and I was like,
yeah,
maybe she's depressed or got autism or something. She really is. She's very cut and dry, you know, in that sense. Like, well, that's just the way it is. And, you know, in that sense, I'm not saying she's a perfect being at all, but I'm not saying she's not either. But
she'll probably get this message then.
Yeah, I think there's a great chance of that. I do.
Probably gonna get it.
And I think the boy is like, just let me be a boy. Yes, leave me alone.
There's enough speakers out there right now, and there's more new ones showing up that this message is gonna get out.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Dude, I swear they're saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I swear I hear it everywhere. Like, I don't know if it's just because I'm listening or algorithms or what, but it's like, that's what I was saying about listening, you know, trying to hear. Is it just because I'm listening that I'm hearing all this? Like, even when I can hear shit, because, you know, that's what makes me crazy probably, but
I think the time is right for it.
I mean,
I
I
think
can
the
hear
world-
walking through a store, I can hear messages, you know,
The
like
world's ready.
God speaking to me.
The
Through
world's
other
ready
people.
for this. Yeah,
Crazy, right? Crazy shit.
the
But
world's ready for this.
You think?
Yes, it's ready for it.
That's what I keep hearing. I don't know.
It is.
We'll see.
I
You
think
know
so.
what's funny is another great spiritual awakening happened around another, well, there's not another because there's not one started, but during World War II, there was a very enlightening time. And I was wondering if there's some sort of correlation between enlightenment and war. You know, that Hindu thing, you know, Jonah and all that. Is there
Yeah.
something to that? Is that story relevant to, you know, is there a relevance there?
Could be.
Seems like there might be, because I don't know, consciousness and wars, pain. I mean, it's an illusion supposedly, but
Yes,
well,
they
the
could
dream
be
feels
precursors.
real. Yeah, the dream can feel real, man. Like I said, when they're cramming that needle in my head, it felt so real.
Yeah.
Hey, I told you I hit my head on a stop sign. I'll tell you I'll tell you another dream, because what the hell? I'm just talking about one dream,
Yeah.
another dream. So might as well talk about
Okay.
my sleeping dream. 'Cause I
Uh-huh.
had such a realistic dream once that I was fighting somebody in this dream, and they were on top of me, and I cut their head off. I know it's a
Yeah.
terrible thing. I did, and I felt their head hit me in my dream.
Wow.
It's just, anyways, yeah. You know, just saying that. All kinds of crazy dreams, dude. Do you remember all your dreams? Like, I have so many crazy ass dreams in my head.
Not really, but that's good that you can remember your dreams, because that's going to be helpful. That could be useful.
All right,
in the
I want to tell
future.
you my
Yeah.
first two dreams, and then we'll move on past stupid dreams.
No, that's all right.
My first dream, I don't know, I don't really know which one came first, but it's these two dreams. Anyways, I was in a desert being chased by a lion. And that was it. That's the end of that dream. It's just a little bit. And the other dream is a little more elaborate. Is I was a little kid and I had a tricycle, and I turned around to ask my mom. I said, "Do you want to ride my tricycle?" She said, "No." And when she said no, this dinosaur, you know, those little armed ones that,
Yeah.
it's so stupid. But anyway, he comes over this fence. Behind this fence, there was an apple orchard, right?
Uh-huh.
And he comes out of the apple orchard and he grabs me, throws me up in the air, and then I fall and fall and fall. And I hit my bed, and bam, I woke up. But I just never forgot that. You know?
Wow.
It's one of my first two dreams that I remember.
That's heavy.
And I don't think it means anything other than, yeah. I don't know. It
That
makes
must have
no
been
sense.
after you watched Jurassic Park.
Okay, it was 1974, 5, 6, somewhere in there.
Oh,
Might have lived in Jurassic Park, but I didn't go there. Probably reading dinosaur books, but you know,
Okay.
I mean, that was probably going on. Probably had a tricycle too. But I did not live next to an apple orchard. Orchards, but not apple. I remember plums, the canals that ran all through there. I mean, in the real dream, you know, the real life one. Yeah, I got one coffee pod, and it's like I have to have coffee. I.
Huh,
But you know who's speaking there?
that's right.
Yeah.
William wants coffee.
Yes, that's right. William the It.
William Lockwood, the action figure.
Yep. One of many, apparently. One of 8 billion or more action figures. Oh, I gotta let this animal out. It's driving me
That's
crazy.
all right.
Oh, you guys are playing? Never mind. The cats are playing hands under the door, so it's not a big thing.
Oh,
Pause, whatever.
pause. Wow.
Yeah, man. I was thinking maybe I should strap my crystal to my forehead. I tend to view sad songs that way. Shit. I just play it, but God bless everything. I don't know, man. I just silly fuckers. I'm just silly. I don't know. It's probably an avoidance thing. Yeah. They told me that I'll be a little too honest about my character. This character. I tried to kill myself once. I took 150 Tylenol tablets.
It didn't work.
It didn't work. Yeah, apparently.
Took away your headache, though.
Yeah, and when I got to the hospital, I had to drink charcoal,
Wow.
like 5 bottles of the shit because they said my body absorbed all the Tylenol. And if you've ever been poisoned by, they probably do this, hopefully to everybody, not just me. The minute you finish that stuff, it comes out your butt so quick. It's like, oh, that shit rushes through your body. I was like, I'm so surprised. And then they wanted me to drink 5 bottles of that charcoal shit. My God, that was torturous. But in the institution, they said that I used comedy or laughter as an avoidance. So now I feel like when I'm happy, am I just hiding from shit? It's like, no, I really think I'm happy. So, you know. Oh, it's those cats again. Ah. Yeah. Miserable fuck that I was. Just wanted to die and get it over with.
No.
I did. My wife, you know, I moved back from wasn't no real job, but I moved back to a relationship that I knew didn't work, that I already tried 3,000 times. It's crazy. I don't even know what the hell this story's about that I'm telling. Why am I saying these things? What the fuck?
Well, because that's what you experienced. You went through that.
Oh,
Your
yeah,
body
experience.
mind action figure, that was part of your story, and that's what happened. So that's fine.
Yeah.
That's what it went through.
Yeah, it's just I know I shouldn't have had a good time in the mental institution, but it was quite a blast in some way. There's this old woman, I went to group therapy. I would happen to be like 19 and handsome, so just keep that in mind when you hear this story. This old woman, we were in this group therapy, and this psychiatrist goes around the room with therapists, whatever the hell she is, and she's talking to me. What would you like to get from the group? And what would you like to get from the group? She gets to this old woman. She goes, what would you like to get from this group? Just sex, and he'd do just fine. I was just like, that was fucking funny. Oh, shit. Just yeah, it really, yeah, interesting time. That's why I understand that feeling of wanting to, you know, I understand that feeling too. Wanting to die, hopelessness. You know what I mean? Where people feel hopeless. They told me, I thought it really bothered me. They told me, do you know, when I was in that institute, do you know you tried to commit murder? I was like, what? I didn't try to murder nobody. Oh, you did. You did. No, I didn't try to kill nobody. Tried to kill yourself, that's murder. I was like, what the fuck? So, yeah. Then they started trying to give me these psycho drugs that didn't work. So they gave me heavy drugs. Yeah, that was not the best time. I was, you know, how they lock the doors in the mental institution?
Yeah.
Well, I figured out that I could catch the door before it's shut. So I showed them once. I said, look, I could have left any time. They didn't like that. It was, I actually believed I was there to meet my future wife, which is funny. Thank God I didn't. I mean, it's probably not the best place to look for a spouse. The first time they served a meal in the mental institution, they had a fork and a spoon, right? And this character goes, "What? No knife?" It's a mental hospital, you know, no butter knives. And I thought it was funny. You don't find the humor in asking for a knife when you. I mean, it's fucking spoon and a knife. I could have jabbed any, you know, it was a weapon. A knife would have been just as, why not? You know, I mean, it's a fork. You know how deadly a fork is, or a spoon. Yeah. You spoon somebody's eyes out, you know, or it's like a stupid knife. It's just as silly as the not getting enough pancake syrup, I guess, but it was a fun time. Not really, but it was definitely an interesting experience. This cat is all jazzed up. He came in today and attacked me. I thought I was having a religious experience. He was just, like, man, what is going on? Somebody's having an experience, and this is cat full of energy. Yeah. I don't know, man. All I know is that, you know, one of the things I try to keep in mind, or probably don't keep in mind, but I do remember, I can't add anything to everything, and I can't take anything out of nothing. So it's like, what the fuck is left to do? Right? Can't take away nothing, can't add nothing.
That's right.
So just have a good time, or not.
Let it be whatever appears. That's okay. That's all right. Allow life to live through you. You'll find out it's so much easier to try to control it. You can't control life. So since you can't control life, let it just allow it to flow through you, and that's all it takes. That's all it make it happen, and let it happen. That's good enough. And then you'll find that just cope with that, whatever's happening in your immediate area. That's it. That's okay.
Oh, you better not, kitty cat. Oh, get away from my wires. Oh. Yeah. Call him the mustache cat because he's got one of the little tiny mustaches. What are you doing? Oh, does it bother you? She don't like none of the cats playing. She hates it.
Oh.
It would stop him tearing up everything. Calm down now, kitty. It's all good. He's so cuckoo. What, Sassy? Is he having fun? You don't like that? Oh, he's attacking me now. Whoa. Shit. I don't know. I told you that's that one cat short. Now I'm not short a cat, I'm just crazy now.
Okay.
Shit. He's actually a neighbor's cat that thinks this is his house.
Uh-huh.
He likes it here. I guess for fun, apparently. Shit. The little girl comes down. Have you seen my cat? There he is. It's crazy. You should take him home. He's a good kitty. You know. Go bite him. Go ahead. Go get him. Oh, Daddy. There's your kid back there. Suga. 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 What you doing? Yeah. The day feels like it's been a pretty good day as far as days go. The cat's happy, so things must be good.
Maybe you found catnip.
Yeah. Shit. Maybe, huh? Kitty catnip. No. Oh, who's that? Is that your friend? Oh, that's weird. Yeah. They're all, I think they call them the tuxedo cats. 3 tuxedo cats, man. Too many animals. I didn't want any animals. My parents had so many animals when I was a kid, man. Oh, here I am. With animals. What time is it? Okay. Well, I should probably go to the store. It closes at 10.
All right.
I'll get my coffee. Otherwise, I'll be miserable this morning.
That's okay. I'll just hang out.
All right.
So,
All
I'll
right.
be here. Yeah.
Okay. Go on. Oh. That's not food. Oh, I still gotta go get coffee though. I will be back momentarily.
Yeah, that's all right.
Computer will probably shut off. I'll be back. Yeah.
This meeting is being recorded.
Really didn't take you that long.
Huh?
It really didn't take you that long.
No.
Store must be close by.
Guess so, yeah. There was no line.
Oh, that's why. So you get them some food?
Yeah, there's food being cooked. But
Oh,
I went for coffee mostly. He got a snack.
oh okay.
Chicken,
That's all right. Yeah.
chicken, cooking chicken. Chicken's
That's
being
all
cooked, not me cooking.
right.
I know. I used to do all that stuff.
Yeah.
I feel bad a lot of times that I can't clean like I used to. Can't bend over, clean stuff.
Right.
I mean, yeah, I probably could do more, but used to be very fastidious about stuff or whatever the word is. All that psychological shit that tells you
Oh yeah.
you're not worth something.
All untrue.
Huh?
All untrue.
Yeah.
You were just fine all along.
Hey.
Just didn't know it.
Yeah.
Didn't realize it. Not so much know it.
I asked my grandson just to see his awareness.
Ah.
I asked him on the way home. I said,
Uh-huh.
I said, what did I say? How did I say it? I said, the person that's inside you, or something like that. I said, has that changed at all since you were a little kid? He goes, no. I said, just let you know it never does. It's true. Yeah. But I thought it was good for him to see it, recognize it.
Oh, of course.
Try to crack that shell early. Nobody did that for me, so maybe they'll have.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Then he went. First, I asked him something, and he was talking. Oh, who wants lots of money? And oh yeah, that's what I said something to him. Why do you watch all that stuff? Or are they famous even? I said, no, they're not famous. They're not rich. I said they're not in it for the money or the fame. When I grow up, I want to be rich like Pablo Escobar. I said, oh, okay. Why not Elon Musk? But whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not I pick his idols, I guess. I tried to tell him, I said he's a drug lord. He gave back to his community. Said, yeah, but he's taken from the people that he's hurting at the same time. You're selling them drugs, you're obviously, I don't know what's obvious at this point. You know what I mean? But that was his first, huh?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying that was the first time I asked him. That was on our way to the store about, or he asked me actually about, are you guys famous? And he said he wanted to be rich. And then on the way home, I asked him that if he could recognize the change inside. Maybe that's what I said. The person inside. I said, "Does that change?" It's a little.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I always think it's cute because when he was little, his teacher told me this. And I didn't know it until she told me. But she asked him, "Who's your best friend?" Right? My
Yeah.
grandpa. My grandpa back when he was like in kindergarten. I was like,
Uh-huh.
oh. Yeah. Now it's like, who's your best friend? Max. Yeah. Dylan. Yeah. It's funny. It's like I know. It's just cute.
Yeah.
And he said that. You know, my little grandson showed up at my door. And he was just a little, still in diapers, about 4 years old. Looks up at me. Now I have to look up at him. Grandpa, they're fighting at the house. So come in here, honey. Never left my care since that day. Walked all the way down to my house at 4 years old to tell me there's fighting at his house. So his dad left to Mexico.
Ah.
And abandoned them, as far as I'm concerned. Spent all the last of his money, which wasn't much, to buy a ticket to Mexico. And then wanted me to feed him. It was very hard for me to give him anything.
Sure it was.
It was. I was like, you're abandoning your kids. That's how I feel. And you want food from my house that I'm feeding your kids, my grandkids, but still his kids.
Yeah.
His responsibility. And my daughters, of course. All I could muster up was 99 cent. Well, you know, things were cheaper back then too. 99 cent. 99 cent. What do you call those? Put them in the oven. TV dinners. Yeah, 99 cent TV dinner. It's like that's all I could give you. And then when I had to serve them custody papers, I actually sent them $3.
Huh.
I got a tab, motherfucker. No, he didn't respond though. I gave him the money to respond to the court demands.
Uh-huh.
Whatever. I'm just saying it. Don't matter. It's just being said basically.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah. Poor kids. You know, their dad, since he was undocumented, is the polite way of calling it, saying it. Undocumented. Well, that might not be the only reason, but he was undocumented and he spoke really bad English. You know, it wasn't his first language. Not that that means anything other than, you know, but he learned to speak English from people that used a lot of foul language. So,
Huh.
you know, a lot of bitches and shit and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The beach, that beach. You know, unfortunately, I think they suffered a lot from. I only think this because I was with a woman who was from Laos, but she came from Thailand, or she's Hmong, I mean, which I don't know where the hell they came from. They came from Thailand, but you know, they're somewhere. They're not Laotian. But anyways, language barriers is what I'm saying. That can be a real hiccup in a relationship, you know, especially if you don't have a good working. If one of you, you know, if you can't communicate, because it's just not good. Also, it's not good, man.
That's
You
true.
know, a lot of things just can't be said with simple words. You know, sometimes you need some feeling words, you know, in a relationship. You gotta, and then father comes out as bitch and shit and, you know, fuck you. It's not good communication. And even if it's just, not so much bad words, but just simple words, sometimes that doesn't get the, in a relationship, you know what I'm talking about, with the other person. Sometimes there's got to be better clarification of things that isn't always achievable in a not,
Internet,
huh?
interracial
Yeah.
marriage.
Yeah, where they don't both speak good clearly. There's not good, dialect. You have to have dialect. Somebody's got to speak good on one end. Like if my daughter would have spoke Spanish, that would have been fine. I mean, not just crappy Spanish. I don't know what crappy Spanish is, but if it's anything like crappy English, that's like, yeah.
Huh.
Man. Hey, if life's a party and it's not meant to last. You heard that? That guy Prince, he's saying that life's a party and it's not meant to last. I'll go with that. At least in this state.
It apparently appears to be.
If you make it that way, right?
It apparently appears to be a light that's not a party.
It's not a party.
That's not meant to last, but it's still all right because
Yeah.
there's far more. There's far more than just this going
Yeah.
on.
I'll probably never know more than just this, so.
Oh, I think you will. I think we'll go well beyond this. Whatever awaits us after this life is through, it's gotta be. It must be quite incredible or immense or beyond words. You wonder, will you wake up somewhere else?
I was wondering in that hospital bed in a coma.
Or some other reality. I wonder. You wake up in some other reality though.
It's possible, that's crazy, dude. But okay, you said that, and I have a memory, or there's a memory, whatever the correct terminology is. I'll just say it. I was I was on drugs. That's probably clear by now. Dude, most of my life I'm on drugs.
Drug stupor, yeah, I was a drug stupor, yeah.
But there's a point in there, okay? So whatever. I mean, chalk it up how you like. It's the story being told. There was this feeling of awakening, right? And as this awakening was happening, I was hearing these voices of, he's not going to make it. And then there was other voices, he's going to make it. He's going to make it. So that reminds me of that same situation. Who wrote that book? Do you see what I see?
That was a mystic named Jejano.
What's that about?
This non-duality.
How is it?
It is about this. One of the very first non-duality books, before non-duality became fashionable, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, long ago, long before that.
Yeah.
It's a message from a mystic.
No.
And it was 1977.
Wow.
It was released. It shows enlightenment, realization, exposition, minded truth. Why do spiritual work, heaven and earth? Virtue and tragedy, stages of the way, the basis for spiritual work, readiness. Communion with truth, spiritual growth is magic, consciousness, commitment, abandonment, freedom,
Magic.
power, decision to faith, meditation, experiences, perfection, karma, and suffering, relationship, communion, faith, and guidance. Certainty confronting ambiguity, understanding confronting ignorance, conviction confronting doubt, language of the transcendental. It
So-
says here, this is a book of explanations,
Okay.
which is to say that it is a book of myths, yet he gives no credence to explanations of any sort. In the final analysis, there is only God, only reality, which can only be appreciated, but never really explained. So it is that he refers to his own teachings as myths. They're mental conveniences. They have no ultimate importance or validity. As myths, they serve the specific purpose of aiding each person in undoing his current mental framework. They're not intended to supplant nor to serve as a substitute for current beliefs or rationalizations. They're intended solely to undo your present mental form. Sooner or later, the logic of this non-logic will present itself to you in an overwhelming fashion, one that cannot be denied. When that occurs, the utter uselessness of any and all explanations will dawn upon you. How can one really explain the infinite? Only an infinite explanation could possibly achieve that purpose. And it is immediately available in the form of real life. The infinite explanation arises spontaneously and naturally as a form of your very life. Life itself is its own explanation and immediately obviates the need for any other. This book is a book of myths because truth is not an explanation or statement. It is a process. Any explanations can be rightly appreciated only within the context of this process. It can only be truly viewed as a manifestation of an ongoing process, a process which at this very moment has already transcended or negated the validity of the explanation or statement you are familiar with. This book is a moment frozen in time, wrested from the jealous arms of the infinite. It has been kidnapped from the midst of this infinite process which we live. That which we live now is an extension of, an elaboration of, but also a transcendence of a negation of all that you will ever read here. When viewed in this way, this book can only properly be considered a myth, a legend, a dream, an apparition, a sweet ambiguity, a metaphor of the infinite. I refer to these teachings as myths because we reserve the right, indeed, we are obligated to repudiate at every moment what we have said and meant previously. If this were not possible, then we would necessarily be bound to some form, unable to live freely. Such a life would be a preservation of ignorance, a constant and impossible task of resurrecting what is truly dead. If you're to come to know me, to know truth, then it is absolutely essential that you renounce all that has gone before. Forget it. Approach life at every moment freely, openly, without form. Only then will you see the divine form. That was it right there. Validity of the experience and of the knowledge, its absolute authenticity and authority is beyond any doubt. It conveys a sense of absoluteness which defies questioning. While previously, especially in academic study of philosophy, there has always been an undercurrent of skepticism, doubt, a certain inability to really believe anything as true. There was now an absolute assurance whose power emboldened to the point of self-terror. The experience begins suddenly, unexpectedly, and is undeniable, overwhelming, and uncontrollable. You may not want to experience or your euphoric reaction to it to stop, and you may consciously attempt to remain wherever you think you are for as long as possible. That high can last for several days. There could be an incredible clarity of mind, crystalline perceptions, and a feeling of awesomeness. After a few days, either the super phenomenal aspects of the experience begin to wear off, or you become accustomed to it. The latter is most accurate and honest description of what happens. You may begin to notice small but definite changes in your understanding of things. You may know things that you did not know before. From within your own depths comes wisdom, which teaches you as it comes. As a class lecture, you could pass on information which was startling new to you, yet you knew it to be true, soon realizing that a basic alteration in your mind, your intelligence, your mode of thinking, and your access to wisdom has occurred and is continuing.
Me and Max and Evan have a question. What? Can you help us with the KO for Rico Highs?
No, I don't play video games anymore.
Really?
Really? My headphones don't work and everything. Okay, bye.
Right.
The experience is not a singular event, but a living, ongoing process which we currently participate in. Here's the gift of a new tool, and we're only slowly beginning to realize and utilize its potential. This experience slowly matures into a living reality, an ongoing experience of the transcendental. We're never without it, and we never feel outside this living presence. We may fluctuate in the degree of consciousness awareness of it, but it is there whenever we wish to focus upon it. We can never lose it. For a while, this is a fundamental concern. To feel that if you did anything too much, if you were not very cautious, that fragile thing, that gift that you've been given might be destroyed. Soon, however, you may just simply realize its indestructible nature. You could do nothing to lose it because it's even beyond you.
That book stuck with you, huh?
And
some resonance.
Kind of. It kind of left an impression, but it was just another means to no end, really, because it's kind of a pointer.
Yeah.
It says here, resort to faith as the activity most appropriate for the pursuit of truth, wisdom, understanding, love, peace, and joy. The life of a human being is the activity of faith.
All right. Hang on. Get out. Get out. Go on. I don't know what you're going on about. Sorry, the cat was talking to me.
Yeah.
And you know, don't know his language. Oh shit. You know, I want to get something real quick. Come on. Oh. There's this one poem in here. Poem. I'm going to read it real quick, okay?
Oh yeah.
This is from the Theory of Conscious Harmony.
Yeah.
I was in the presence of God. I was sent to earth. My wings were taken. My body entered matter. My soul was caught by matter. The earth sucked me down. I came to rest. I am inert. Longing arise. I gather my strength. Will is born. I receive and meditate. I adore the Trinity. I'm in the presence of God. Now, how I always interpreted that is, you know, you go back to wherever you came from. You know?
Yeah.
Like whatever energy was sent out goes back. You know? Or not, I don't know. But that's how I
Back to
view it.
source. Yeah.
Yeah. Get up there. That book, guy who told me about basically awakening, gave me that book years ago. It's 21. It's 30 years ago.
The dog's digging at your coat back there.
Oh, she's horrible.
He's trying to make a bed for it.
You got all the pillows. Watch out.
Silly butt up.
You can have this. That'll make you happy. At least that can get washed, right?
Yeah.
You can't get watered. Wow. Oh, sassy. Oops. Want me to play video games. That's what he came in to ask this time. The grandson. Yeah, this book probably has all the information, but I never really understood it. The separation of the real and the false. Being, consciousness,
Yeah.
manhood, womanhood. It's a compilation of notes that the person wrote during their lifetime. What's his name again? Rodney Collins, I think. Yeah, Rodney Collins. Collins. Letters from Rodney Collins. Shambhala, I think is how they say that. Boulder, London. Oh, that reminds me. Where do you live, Richard, in London?
Actually, I live in Peterborough.
Peterborough?
Yeah, Peterborough is a town.
It's a
It's
small
north.
town?
It's north of London.
Oh, north.
It's also north of Cambridge.
Oh,
So Cambridge is between here, Peterborough, and London. Cambridge is between that.
so you're up
So-
above London.
Yeah, so it's a small town.
Nice, nice. When you say small population,
population wise?
Yeah.
Oh, geez, I couldn't really say.
Well, our biggest town has 3,000 people in it. So you max that?
I
Oh,
think maybe a little over that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's Crescent City. That's not Smith River where I live though.
Okay.
Smith River is probably more like 1,000. Get that. I don't even know. I never even paid attention to be honest.
Huh.
It's crazy. Never really mattered anymore after, I don't know. Care. You know. Did I ever tell you that once I thought I made such a grievous sin that I brought the attention of God himself upon me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't on drugs. Well, I might have been on drugs, but it wasn't like hallucinogenic drugs.
I got one of Paul's books here.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, on
What's it
having
called?
never left.
Having never left.
On having never left. Yeah. Check this
Oh,
out. Can
okay.
you imagine having the last answer to such an important topic? Can you imagine not spending a nanosecond looking for what can't be found? Can you imagine not buying into the idea that you have to get into the moment based on the fallacy that you can't be out of a moment?
Yeah.
That you finally realize that you have never been out of any moment, so there is no need to try getting in. Could you imagine that? You look like you've done a lot of work to get in the moment, but you haven't done any work. You just had a realization. I can't be out of a moment. That's the realization. It looks like the experience of being out, but you didn't get there through escape. You got there by realizing you were never in. That's non-duality.
That's pretty cool.
Why would the wave try to remember itself as the ocean?
And we were just talking about this.
Why would it try to experience the ocean as a wave? Is a wave, or is it the ocean waving? How long would it take a wave to be an ocean? And when could that happen, and what would it take? Trying to remember the ocean as a wave doesn't work. See if you're a wave to begin with, if you're not ocean. Is it a long-lasting, independent, separate wave that can only hope to know and experience the ocean? Or is the ocean being itself appearing as a wave? That's the ocean. How long did that take? There's no process for the wave to become the ocean. It is the ocean.
Yeah.
While giving a talk in Philadelphia at a yoga studio, they had a famous yogic mantra on their wall that is known to have many translations. This one said, "Gone, gone, gone to the other shore, attaining the other shore on having never left." What my head did was immediately switch it to "on having never left." He once did a retreat in Australia in 2001, which is perfect for him at the time as an action figure. It was like an 8-hour event, and they would induce a cathartic experience with music where people were just letting go. I was just really sitting there waiting because something would always kick in. One of the things that happened was I realized that I could never get back, and there was incredible existential angst. The feeling was that I had left a wholeness and I could never get back. I became really emotional with the thought of never being able to get back. But now, in hindsight, it's obvious that it was because I had never left. I wasn't seeing the
Wow.
I wasn't seeing the punchline.
Wow.
Yeah, he wasn't seeing the punchline. I was in the gone, thinking I had left. I was never going to get back to the shore when in fact I didn't need to get back because I had never gone anywhere. It's so beautiful. It's almost like a switcheroo where you're used to having it that way and suddenly you see it this way.
Yeah.
And having never left, everything that seems so logical just falls apart in the next sentence or two. You will never get to a finished paragraph. It will just be on having never left and just whatever. It just trails off. It's beautiful. It's beautiful to me. It's just incredible. So instead of being here in your consistent approach to there, it switches around. And what dawns on you? On having never left. My whole day is based on having never left. My future is based upon never having left. Everything will be written completely differently. It's like when a story begins with once upon a time, what about never upon no time? Never upon no time. It would be much different because once upon a time just launches off like every other story in the world. Once upon a time, Paul was screwed, wanting to become unscrewed. And was screwing himself even more because, in a sense, coming upon a realization, he realized he had never left that which he was trying to arrive to.
It's crazy.
It would seem like it's a goal to get to that place in which you never left, where in the mantra they call it the other shore. When they attain the other shore, it dawns on them on having never left. You think you're waiting for a big, huge event, and the event seems to happen. It tells you there was no event to arrive at. The huge, huge event is a nanosecond. You finally see the horse in front of the cart.
Yes.
It's Famo and all the little tributaries that were getting all convoluted now straighten out. You see duality. It's just a swing of this place. You see the movements that imply you were there and then. But on having never left, you realize you were not the addict, nor the person who was recovering. Ever since this hit me, the life of this action figure has drastically changed. There was no more fight. For me, it's like the problem never existed. Something did for me that no human power could bring about. I've been convinced. I no longer go through dark nights of the soul. I don't need any more demonstration in the story of an action figure. Non-duality is not a skillful means. It's not really for the action figure. It's just a negation of what we take to be so, with the hopes that we will keep an open mind and see what we find. I found out, and then it reverse engineered, and the downloads were all about what I wasn't. That's all that I learned. I never learned about what I was. I'm being what I am. I learned about what I'm not. I have an understanding about what I'm not. I know what I'm not. I experience what I'm not all day. I just don't apply that to that which I am. I don't want to learn about what I am. I don't want to know about what I am. I don't give a shit if you know what you are. I don't want to experience what I am because that's impossible. We can only be what we are. We are being that right now, except you don't think so because you have faith in the thought system and you're letting it dictate its story. And that's fine. That's part of the dreaming. It's all going to end anyway. Beautiful. Good stuff. The valley of non-duality is found in the seeming two-ness. In and of itself, it has no value except where it can seem to be not so. Non-duality itself is a negation. It means not to. It is attempting to negate something we are assuming to be so, which is just a dualistic expression. The mind is a dualistic programming. It sees everything in black and white, yes and no, high and low, connected, not connected. It's saying not to. That's all it's saying. When someone says, I'm going to a non-duality meeting, where? Where is this non-duality meeting? There isn't one. It's a duality meeting. It's about describing and talking about what we are not. It's not teaching we are non-duality. That's an impossibility. We can definitely share what we're not. Hopefully you'll identify with the sharing of what you're not and maybe even entertain, hey, maybe I'm not that. If you're not that, you know what? Sooner or later, you're going to find out, in a sense, what you are. You're not going to know it, but you're going to find out. Instead of having someone paint the canvas, something's going to bleed out from the other side. You're going to find out that the picture by seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, and tasting, you're going to know on the level of being. Things that provoke agitation will be put to rest, and you will still be on. And you will be still. Before enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. When your furniture and your house are on fire, you might have the philosophy that there is no fire, that there is no house, but it's not bringing any relief to the experience of the house being on fire. It's much better to get a pail of water than to have that philosophy that there's no house and there's no fire. Maybe after the fire's put out, then maybe you could entertain, maybe there isn't a house. And then you might even realize that you are the one that is at every fire, and start making the connection that you are the fire starter. Then you might start understanding the patterns of dynamics that started the fires. You could get into a dogma or get rigid and become a non-dual fundamentalist or non-dual Pharisee. They have the letter of the law, but they don't have the spirit of it. But it's much sloppier than that. It may be easier to just see the action figure that you are and take the appropriate response. Maybe you want to get out of yourself, but you can't use self to get out of self. So you do some service, or you take a walk, or jump in some cold water. I'll bet that you'll forget everything that was bothering you. This is rebooting the system instead of trying to bring a philosophy into it. To me, non-duality is a fact. It's saying not to. That's it. It's in seeing what you're not that you find out what you are. The basic approach. The broad statement is not to. There's no subject object. There's no this or that. There's no yes or no. So there are no two things going on. It doesn't say to now douse your search for all the impressive one, because it never mentions one. It's just not two. That's because we are what we are looking for. If I am that which I am looking for, why would I be looking for it? That's the logic. You are what you are looking for. It's a statement that will put a sort of wrench in the works. You hear the seeker is a sought, or what's looking is what you're looking for. These things are an attempt to sort of confuse the logic of the mental state, because the logic of the mental state is insane. When you're in the mental state, it can make sense, but what is based on is insane. What it is based on is insane. It's based on being a long-lasting, independent, separate entity with private thoughts and private feelings, and that's just simply not true. The whole point is, if you are what you're looking for, then the only way you could get there is by negating what you're taking yourself to be. Because obviously, if you're taking yourself to be something other than what you are, you may get to a point where you'll start looking for a conceptual idea of what you are from what you're not. That's the dilemma. That's the glitch. We could be looking for what we are from what we're not if what we are not is established as what we are. Then what we are has to become a topic or a goal or a destination for what we're not. All the while, in the looking for what we are what's looking. That's the dilemma. That's the Chinese stone torture that you can't get out of by struggling with it. As soon as there's a sense of being what you're not, you might go into spirituality, the trip, the odyssey of finding what you are. All it is using what we are disguised as what we're not to look for what we are. That's the correction. If that correction takes hold, you realize there was never any need for a correction, because you have never not been what you are. That's it. Damn. There is a place in you where the strength of God abides. Suddenly I knew the problem from the solution by the relief of having that identification weakened. I put it together that when the identification was strong, then it must be the cause of the irritability, restlessness, and discontent, because it was not there anymore. It was obvious. What was there when I was discontent? And what was not there when I was at peace? Maybe that was the cause of the problem. Its absence allowed the enjoyment of the peace. I continued to entertain that, and it kept verifying itself. I was traveling lighter. When I was younger, I was involved in a lot of looking. I lived in the States, and there was a big sweat lodge that was going on to happen in this mountain called Mount Shasta, a well-known holy mountain. I had never done a sweat, never even heard of one really, but I went up there. They brought in a real Indian from Oklahoma, and in the Sweat Society, this was a big event. A lot of people were coming from all around the country to attend. It was like the Woodstock of sweats. I went into the tent, and in the middle, there was a big hole with a lot of rocks in there. There were rafters in the ceiling of the lodge, and I was holding on to them as you would hold on to the strap in a subway car. The lodge was packed, and when they put the flap down, it got super dark, and I couldn't see anything. I tried to sit down. There was someone right underneath my ass, preventing me from sitting down. And remember, this is an important part. Heat rises. Suddenly, the Indian started chanting, and the rocks were glowing red. He threw herbs on the rocks, and you could hear the water sizzle. I started to get burned on my underarms, nostrils, and my ear. I wanted so much to leave, but I didn't want to lose my spiritual face and be the guy that had run out of the lodge in the first round. I never prayed so much for something to stop than that freaking Indian throwing water on the rocks. But it kept going on and on. Finally, the flap was open, and everyone tried to escape as quickly as possible. When I finally got out, I ran to the stream and jumped right in. Fast forward to a few years later, when mine had shifted a little bit, and some friends that were involved with the Native American thing invited me to a sweat at this guy's house. They brought in another Oklahoma Indian, dug a pit, built the lodge, the whole 9 yards. The ceremony started, so we all entered and sat down. Again, the Indian started to chant, and as soon as I felt I was getting hot, I got up and I got out. Outside the lodge, there was food and drinks and some nice chairs. I sat down and started to relax and heard everyone moaning and praying from the inside of the lodge. I didn't feel a thing as I guzzled down the drinks and ate the food. To tell you the truth, to me, that was incredible progress. I could hear them moaning and praying inside, and I had all the food and drinks outside. It was a beautiful night. My head had shifted. Before, I thought, I have to work, I have to purify. I have to put up with all this shit so I can arrive at some awakening. To me, it was so much bullshit. It had actualized because I had the clear ability to recognize, hey, it's hot. I'm getting up and getting out. It was worth 800 pages of scripture. I'm serious. I was like, wow, this is the way I want to live. I could never have practiced myself into that. No flipping way. If I could have, I would have still been in those sweats doing 8-month torturous trantic therapy, which was fine and dandy, but that isn't fine and dandy. Is a mental process's intent. It was firmly believing that something was really inherently wrong with me, and that the only way it was going to be changed was by a lot of doing and having. If I did enough and had enough, maybe I would stabilize. It did not work for me over the years. When I heard this message, I was cool with it. And what was beautiful was that it turned out to be the last answer for me. This one just stopped me in my tracks. It was about entertaining it and exploring it and celebrating it, not attempting to achieve it anymore. It may not be for you. You may not like that. You may have an ardent desire to have super enlightenment or something else. I don't know. I thought I wanted all that, but as soon as I had a deeper level of satisfaction, contentment, all of that went out the window. I came to believe that what I was looking for is what I got, which is contentment. All I wanted was an ease and comfort throughout my day. It worked. I have been freed from the need to be liberated. By recognizing what you are not, sooner or later, there will be an intimation of what you are, which is that which is seeing what you're not.
I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee real quick.
All right.
Buy
Yeah.
some. I heard that last story at a meeting he was in.
Yeah. You did say that one before, yeah.
Yeah. Every time I come in here, I want to turn. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. What?
So every time I come in here, I want to turn off the light.
Oh.
It's too bright.
I have found that the process of discovering who I really am begins with knowing who I'm really not. Like it or not, you are what you're looking for. And I'm telling you, your head does not like it. It would much rather become what you are than be what you are. Becoming what you are, it can deal with, because that may take lifetimes. It can adapt to new clothing, yoga pants, tattoos. It can adapt to almost anything. But being what you are, there's nothing in it for it. There really isn't. You cannot write blogs of what you already are. You can write blogs about becoming what you are. I went through 7 continents to become what I am. Unbelievable. I want to follow that blog. But when you are that already, there's really not much to say. What are you going to do? Write a series of books? Be what I am. Be really what I am. I wish I wasn't being what I am. I need some excitement. Let me forget what I am so I can look for it. This is like a painting where no paint is applied. It bleeds out. You are in the gallery. You're surprised seeing its effects. It's beautiful. Begrudgingly, you have to admit you're traveling lighter. It's obvious you had nothing to do with it. That's the hard pill for it to swallow. It really wants to have something to do with it, but it knows that it had nothing to do with it finally. Basically, in a way, it just moves aside and takes its humble position as the Toyota, not the driver. It doesn't mean you don't take care of the Toyota. It's got its value and you maintain it, but it's not worshiped or thought about every day. It's not going to be the chariot of the gods. It will get you to the store for food. When a pot is carried, the space within the pot, though conceived of as carried, is it not the pot only that is carried? Selfing is the intent behind the claiming of all that can be implied by the mental process. The thoughts are heard, but tend to be listened to. Listening to is different. There is a focused attention when listening to. Hearing is just hearing. What completes the intent of the selfing is brought about by the listening to. If only heard, its effects are minimal. This indicates where the meaning is coming from, not the thought, but the thinker. Listening to selfing produces an effect, and that is a sense of being a self, the feeling of being a long-lasting, independent, separate entity inferred by the claiming of the doing, the thinking, and the feeling, etc. Sometimes people tell me that the selfie is driving them crazy, but that's not so. What's driving them crazy is the feeling of being the one who is driven crazy, not the selfie. Selfing is just a mental process. Selfing is a function of the body. It's like a verb, it goes on and on. Selfing is the act of the conditional mind trying to become what it can never be. It can never be a long lasting, independent, separate entity. How it becomes that is by presupposing that it already is. The way it appears to be is that it is constantly becoming. That's why it's yapping all the time. If the yapping would seriously stop, then there would be an absence or a pause in the production of the feeling of being a self. As it said in Zen, you would see your original face in that moment. You would see yourself as being what you're not, which is the true sense of what we are, the seeing of what we're not. The selfie continues, it continues because it can never become what it's trying to become, because it is not so. There is no long-lasting, independent, separate entity. No matter how much becoming occurs, it's never going to become that. Selfing is always going to be a verb because it is always becoming. All that it can be is becoming. If we listen to the selfing, it sounds as if you were there before the selfing. That's the historical feeling that is produced. It's a product of a process, but the product thinks it's before the process. You believe you're there before the selfing, during the selfing, and after the selfing. There's a vague sense of there being a you that was before, during, and after. That historical feeling is produced, but it's not so. It's not authentic. It's produced by listening to, not hearing the selfing. Hearing is going to happen because you're conscious. You're going to hear and see the thoughts, but it's the listening to that is addiction to self. When the mind listens to the selfing, that's the addiction to the self, which is the primary addiction. Mind is addicted to self. The act of the addiction is a faith in thoughts and an absolute faith in being the thinker. What occurs when mind is addicted to self is that it sets off irritability, restless, and discontent because it's trying to rely on something that is unreliable. And now self is in the business of trying to get out of self. But as a self, there is no self. The seeking will never cease because what it's looking for is fulfillment in becoming what it can never be. It's never going to end seeking. Some people believe they've achieved enlightenment and then they're on their next enlightenment. I met people who've been enlightened 3 times. How much enlightenment do you need? I would think one time would do it. They're moving on and on because the engine of becoming can never fulfill itself. It can never be. Yet in the same moment, there's being. Being is always available at the same moment, which is every moment that the selfing is occurring or not occurring. Being is the primary context. When mind starts resting on being instead of self-centeredness, it is now centered. It is now resting on something that's reliable, so it can truly rest. Even if it's busy and active, there's a rest that the sense of self can never find. I don't care if you get 5 massages a day, you're never going to drop into this state of relaxation. That happens when the mind is centered in the mind. It's important to note that the self is an idea of a very small application of mind that produces the selfing. The product of that system cannot transcend the system. It only exists in the phantom world of there, then, here, now, past, future, or the mental here. The mental here is not here. The mental here is like a hybrid of there and then. When thinking is dominant, you're in a past event or a future speculation. You are the same person that is now awake as was in sleep. Is it not so? So there is a continuity in the sleep and the waking states. What is that continuity? It is only the state of pure being. If you can see what's implying to be you as not, that's freaking helpful. In the States, we have $10 cameras called brownies. They have a plastic lens. You buy them in a box and you get like 6 pictures. When you're taking a picture, you're basically pointing in hopes because you cannot really see through that thick plastic lens. Then there's this other camera, huge camera with a mobile tripod with HD in the works. This camera's walking around and sees this brownie camera and looks into the brownie camera and seems to forget that it's the large camera, and it now takes itself as being the brownie camera. It's getting upset. It's not seeing well, and the picture sucks. What it does as it starts buying like 1,000 Nikon lenses and starts putting them on this plastic lens. The plastic lens precedes the Nikon lens, so it neuters the 1,000 Nikon lens because it's plastic. It's a brownie. So now the camera's getting very, very frustrated. And of course, it wants to get out of being the brownie camera, but it's trying to get out of the brownie camera as the brownie camera. There's no escape. The more it tries to get out of the brownie camera, the more it reinforces that it's the brownie camera. What is that thing to do? It hears what it's possible that it's not the brownie camera and starts to entertain that. As soon as it entertains that it may not be the brownie camera, a possibility arises, which is I could be free from the brownie camera. It goes click, and therefore it is. It doesn't have to get itself out and call the Navy SEAL team. It simply moves and realizes it was never the brownie camera. It didn't have to unbecome the brownie camera because it never was the brownie camera. It was looking through the camera. And while looking through the camera, it took itself to be the camera, but it never became the camera. As soon as it realizes it's not the brownie, all the lenses are intact and everything is just as it always been. That's the message. Stop trying to get out of the brownie as the brownie. Stop trying to make the brownie a Nikon. It's not going to be one. Just see that the Nikon is not the brownie. The seamlessness will demonstrate itself. You're not 2 levels below a coconut. You have sentience. Things can start working without your needing to know why. The attention and interest can be freed from that dead occupation. When there's a preoccupation with a mental process, the attention and interest is being sent into time all day. You're paying attention to thoughts that are about nothing. It's like you become a forensic unit. You're going back to something that may have never even happened and going over it. If I would have done this, then that wouldn't have happened. And you're imagining all these possibilities that aren't possible. I got run over by a car and I could dream all I want. Oh, I could have become a professional surfer if I didn't get run over a car, but I didn't get run over a car. There's this big fact that I just try to exclude by all the thinking. It would have been great if I hadn't. Things change and suddenly you see that you can fit yourself around circumstances instead of trying to fit circumstances around you. It's that simple. What floods in is an acceptance of what you are not. Then the urban renewal project is canceled. You're not trying to enter a Toyota in the Rose Bowl parade. You realize you're not a Ferrari. The car is getting you where you need to go, stuff like that. It doesn't have to look fantastic. It's functional. If someone comes over to you and talks about their thoughts and their story, you seem to have an immunity to that. I could be sitting next to someone who's totally flipping out, but it's not contagious. I don't start flipping out. There's a built-in immunity because I see them as their thoughts, not mine. But the same thoughts that are driving them crazy, if I hold them as mine, they suddenly have the ability to drive me crazy. What is it that is really driving you crazy then? Is it the thoughts? No. It's the identification as being the thinker or the thought about. This is what gives meaning to the thoughts. The idea that they are yours or about you. It's bondage of self, not to self, because there is no self. You are seemingly bonded to the idea of being a self that is reinforced by all the selfing. The my is the implying that there is a one that is the doer, the thinker, the haver, and the feeler. It is the claiming of the doing, the thinking, the having, and the feeling that is used to imply the doer, the thinker, the haver, and the feeler. The verbing of life is claimed to imply the noun of life, where there is not one. The idea of being a something, the body, is what the mind is bonded to by the selfing. Your interest and attention circles around you as a character of the story of life. We don't see life as happening. We see life as happening to me. That's not seeing. That's blindness. It's an insane, self-centered loop that actually drives the mind crazy. You can see the craziness by the incessant seeking. It's constantly looking for relief, but it's trying to find relief for instead of from. If you're identified as this idea of being a self, you will try to become free as a self instead of realizing that trying to become free as a self is the bondage of self. I didn't believe you'll ever be free as a self. Oh, I don't believe you'll ever be free as a self. It's an impossibility because there is no self to be free. The freedom is from the bondage of self, which is an activity that needs our attention and interest to make it all seem to be so. There's a presupposing of a non existent thing and wanting to get salvation for the non existent thing. As Ramana Maharshi put it, I call it selfing. It uses a thought system, the perception, to impose its basic idea that you are a long lasting, independent, separate entity. It also uses its memories, where you're pictured as a body. You can't have a memory of something that's always here. The mental process produces a sense of self. You didn't have it when you were a baby, it was produced. And it's time. And it takes time to produce. It's a process. The thought system is facilitating that what comes after as implied to be before. The sense of being a thing that comes after implies that it's being before or spirit. Being has a quality to it that becomes obvious, which is not of time because there's never not been a time that consciousness was not always available. It's always timeless. It is of a timeless nature. It is that timelessness that is. It is what is before. The mental process arises and implies that it is before the being or spirit, before the consciousness. It becomes an assumption that you are the one who is conscious. The whole thought system is based on this assumption. The thought system thinks you as a body. It assumes that you are the doer, the seer, the hearer, the feeler, the smeller, and the thinker. The assumption seems to get by unnoticed, and once established, it just riffs on the idea of being a long-lasting, independent, separate entity. But no thing is what is conscious. The implied thing now seems to be before the no thing. The thing starts thinking it could be more conscious, or conversely, it could be less conscious based on the me. Consciousness is now thought of as a commodity that one can be more conscious or less conscious. The claiming represented by the body identification is now seen to be the one who is conscious or unconscious. That which comes after the body identification is implied to be before consciousness. Now, suddenly, that which becomes after is implied to be before. That's the heist. The heist is now taken to be the starting point, and the brain mental interpretation is referring to you and me as a body. You are living under the effects of a heist. That which comes after has implied that it's before. Now, your before comes way after the after. Now you're looking for what's looking. You're looking as a thing for what's looking, which is no thing. How's that going to go? Instead of looking for what we are from what we're not, why don't we see what we're not from what we are? You and I are what's looking. We're all looking for what's looking as an idea in the hopes of, if I find what's looking, it will make me travel lighter. The whole point is, as soon as what you get. The whole point is, as soon as what you are gets objectified, it is not it. The object is now painted with subjectivity, which it does not have because it is a non-existent thing. So the whole thing is asked backward. It's like Bizarro world in a way. St. Francis of Assisi attempts to correct it very simply. What's looking is what you're looking for. It's not you and I looking for what's looking. It's what's looking that you and I are looking for. When it's you and I looking for what's looking, there are tons of paths to enter. Some will say they are the fastest path, or some say it may take lifetimes, but if you keep working at it, you and I are going to find it. No, 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 no. What's looking is what you and I are looking for. What does that do? When that dawns on you, it's probably going to produce a huge effect, which is you're going to stop looking for what is looking because you are what's looking. That makes total sense. If you and I are looking for what's looking and we've objectified it, that could go on for freaking ever. Who's going to judge if you're getting close or far? If you and I are what's looking for it makes no sense. It's the looking for it that is the blindness to what's looking. That's how what's looking blinds itself to itself by looking for it. Like a great Zen master, Huang Po said, you cannot use the Buddha to seek the Buddha. If there's seeking of the Buddha, some assumption must be in place that makes the seeking of the Buddha seem incredibly essential and very clear pointed. You must be taking yourself as something other than the Buddha because obviously the Buddha would not be busy looking for himself. That might be the greatest way of hiding it. If the Buddha was masquerading as a non-existent Paul that is now looking for the Buddha, it would be best for the Buddha to look at the non-existent Paul. Seeing the non-existent Paul, it would arrive at being the Buddha. There is no whom. There is desire, fear, anger, and the mind says, this is me, this is mine. There is no such thing which could be called me or mine. Desire is a state of the mind, perceived and named by the mind. Without the mind perceiving and naming, where is desire? Let's say that which you are not, self, is playing God. Your head is telling you how the day is going to be when you wake up. It's constantly pontificating great vision where it does not have any vision. And it speaks with a huge assurance, but it's never been on the money, at least very rarely. So that which is playing God hears the message, hey, you got to quit playing God now. That which is playing God tries to quit playing God. Isn't that playing God ad infinitum? If you don't see what you're not, you're looking from it. And if you're looking from it, what you are has to be made into an object to it. Then all the searching for what you are is being used to reinforce what you're not. This message is not being directed to you. This message is being directed over your head with the hopes that I figured out how long your arm is and how big your catcher's mitt is. And if I just throw it a little bit higher, you'll miss it and mind will hear the message, or let's call it the Buddha. The Buddha, aka Steve, is what I'm throwing the message at. So when the Buddha hears this message, you cannot use the Buddha to seek the Buddha. It gets very clearly. It gets it very clearly. When William claims the message of you cannot use the Buddha to seek the Buddha, he'll screw his life up and give up Buddhism, which he got a lot out of for the last 20 years. So there's no point in talking to William about the Buddha, but there is a lot of value in speaking to the Buddha about William. If the Buddha looks at William and says, I'm not that, that's that, basically. Now the tide is turning because to convince William it's not William that goes nowhere, but to present the Buddha with it's not William who goes somewhere. So don't try to convince William that he's not William. Just believe, have faith in mind that there's more of you than is known. Maybe that more of you plays a bigger role in the vast picture of things than the idea of you does. Maybe, just maybe, something will get through. Instead of claiming it and thinking about it, let it just go through, and then mind will entertain it, and it will move through the system sooner or later. It will be something that won't be so easily gotten rid of. It will get in, it will make some sense, and then it actually will turn practical. You will travel lighter through the thoughts and feelings of every day. You will not be looking for what cannot be found. You will not be trying to get out of what you will not be trying to get out of what you can't be in, and you won't be trying to get into what you can't be out of. The horse and the cart will finally be in place. Whatever happens, happens to you, by you, through you. You are the creator, joy, and destroyer of all you perceive. Whatever arises in thought and feeling is not yours. Non duality cannot be used as a mental denial to get out of a responsibility or blame. It does not work. It does not hold water. It does not work well as a skillful means for the mental state. Self cannot get out of self by entertaining the idea of it being a non self. As an example, it was the first time that I had heard the idea of non duality. At that time, I was living with my girlfriend. She left one night and asked me to do the dishes. While she was gone, and when she came back, the dishes were not done, and she asked me why. And I said, "There is no Paul." And you guess her response: "Screw you, Paul. Do the dishes." My head hearing non duality was trying to use it, but it didn't work. So if you want to get out of feelings, take a sedative. It's better than non duality. Non duality isn't motivational, maybe not even inspirational. Non duality is just a fact. And if you come to terms with it, it can really shuffle the deck. It really can. I see a lot of people at these meetings, and it's like self is trying to become a non self, but as a self. They want to have the qualities of a non self, but they want to be there to exhibit those qualities. That's not the deal. You cannot use the Buddha to seek the Buddha. You cannot use mind to seek mind. You cannot use light to seek light. What's looking is what you're looking for. It doesn't say 50 pages of requirements and then you become what you're looking for. It's a very quick whack. What's looking is what you're looking for. When? Now. Where? Here. The reality which shines fully without misery and without a body, not only when the world is known, but also when the world is not known, is your real form. In ignorance, we are believing in how we are being presented. It cannot breathe life. We breathe life into it. It has no air to put into that doll. We blow it up by believing it. What would happen if that belief started to get suspicious? How does it get suspicious? Not by looking for what you are from what you're not, but by looking at what you're not from what you are. You will see that all you are is something insinuated, implied, assumed, suggested, or supposed. There is not anything here. In Zen, they would say there is a pointing at the moon, but at least there's a moon in that example. Here, there is no moon. There is just pointing all day. And we make the leap into being the one, seemingly. It can only appear to be true to what is true. It cannot happen. You cannot lose what you are by being preoccupied with what you are not. That's the beautiful exit. If you get out of it, it was never based on your escaping. It was based on realizing you were never in it. Seeing you were never in it is experience of being out of it. It can stabilize because it's not based on being successful in getting out, because that means you may not be out at the next attempt. There was no success at all because it was already preordained. You were never in it. Why should you trouble yourself about the future? You do not even properly know about the present. Take care of the present. The future will take care of itself. There's a story about a young lion and his mother roaming in the savannah. The mother gets killed and the young lion is abandoned. He's roaming around and sees a herd of sheep and he moves towards them. He knows he's a lion. Yeah.
Lamford. Lamford. This is the story of Lamford, the sheepless lion.
Yeah.
Do you know that cartoon?
Uh-huh.
This is the same story. I when I heard it, I was like, this sounds like Lamford. It's the same
Right.
story that they turned into a childhood or a child's cartoon. I don't know. I
Yeah.
guess it's for children just because I enjoyed it. Anyways, I just
Yeah.
all these
So
things.
the mother gets killed and the young lion's abandoned.
Yeah.
He's roaming around and sees a herd of sheep, and he moves towards them. The sheep knows he's a lion, so they get a little anxious as it's approaching. Realizing the lion doesn't know he's not a lion, they
Oh,
bring him into the herd. The lion starts living like a sheep, chewing cud, buying, paying great interest in the stories about who's going to be the next sweater. He even starts getting together with the sheep. He marries, has some kids that look a little strange. They just rationalize it away. As the story goes, he becomes a great sheep elder, has a large, queer-looking family, and soon enough, the murder rate rises in the sheep herd. Then one day, while the herd is grazing in the meadow, an old lion sees the herd and starts chasing, looking for a meal. Seeing a lion out of the corner of its eye, he assumes the other lion is joining in the hunt. Then quickly realizes he's running with the sheep. He veers off and tackles the younger lion. The younger lion rolls on his back and says, "Please, Mr. Lion, don't eat me. I'm just a humble sheep." The old lion, dumbfounded, grabs the young lion, drags it over to the water hole, and puts both their heads over the water. And the young lion sees the reflection and suddenly realizes he is a lion and roars. You would think of it. You would think that if a lion heard the message, "You're a lion," it wouldn't. It would be pretty quick. So what's happening? Why is it that we cannot get the message that we are that which we are looking for? There must be an unseen act of obscuring. Why is it that the lion cannot get that he's a lion? Because it is in the act of being identified as a sheep. The message gets claimed by the sheep programming and is translated as, "I can become like a lion." That's not the message. The lion does not need to hear that he's a lion. He needs to hear that he's not a sheep. By seeing he's not a sheep, he realizes he's a lion. He's always been a lion. By hearing about a lion as a sheep, the only thing he could do is to try to become like a lion, which only reinforces that he's a sheep. When that dawned, that was a big shift in me. I realized that you cannot just hear the message, you have to see or almost be an ear doctor, so to speak, and check out who thought or heard it. If that sheep condition, if that sheep conditioning heard it, it doesn't matter how exquisitely the message is delivered, it's what's receiving it that's the problem. This material is attempting to create that gap so that you can hear it finally with lion ears. Watching babies is obvious that the actions are not being claimed to imply a doer. There are actions without the sense of the actor. Things are coming and going, and the claiming has not developed yet. Now, what comes and goes is used while it's appearing to imply there's someone that does not come and go. In other words, you're the one that was here, you're the one that's going to be here, and therefore you're the one who's here now. In a lot of spirituality, they talk about the I am. It's the one thing that no one can deny that you are on. There is awareness of seeing, hearing, feeling, tasting, touching. The mental state claims the I am and uses its reality to imply the reality of Paul. It arrives at the I am being Paul by remembering Paul of the past and anticipating Paul in the future. It is demonstrated in its logic by the remembering of I was Paul, I will be Paul, and therefore I am Paul. It sits on the I am. The sense of being what we are, I am, is being used to imply the sense of what we are not, body. The I am is what so, but now it is I am Paul. The image of Paul is reflected onto the I am by the passive feature remembering of Paul as the doer, the thinker, the feeler. The claiming of the oneness of I am is first, and then it is used to reinforce the identification of the body. Time is being used to arrive at I am Paul. It doesn't have its own light. It's all reflected. I am is just I am. Self-effulgent and on. While this is all going on, there is what we are, always available at all times, right where we are, with no requirement necessary. You have lots of thoughts about you all day. The gravitational pull that keeps them close is from the planet self. The mind is obsessed with the idea of self, and it does not recognize that's the dilemma. Your attention orbits around the planet self because the idea of self provides the gravitational pull, my, to all the thoughts, making them about you or yours. If you realize they're about a you, they could simply come and go. Your attention would be freed up from the slavery of selfing and would attend to the conscious contact, a recognition of life in and of itself. You'd be traveling lighter, not by any procedures or practice, but simply by recognition of what is so. The reason I'm hooked on the narrative is because I think it's about me. By freeing up some of the attention from the selfing, there's awareness of the conscious contact, then the enslavement is over. Once you recognize you're not the self, you will lose interest in all its activities simply by entertaining that the selfing is not you. You'll lose interest in obsessing with the thoughts and the making up of stories about the feelings you're having or not having. The attention that's glued to the screen of selfing will be released. It will be available to the conscious contact, each moment's experience. Most of your attention goes to what's not happening, the past and future, instead of what is happening. When that devotional practice of selfing is dismissed, you can attend to what is happening and the conscious state of what you are, conscious contact. You'll be aware of existing, the I am. When the sense of I am is established, you'll have an immunity to all the I am nots, simply as that. Just an entertaining of the I am gives you recognition of what is. When you are identified as a self, you're living as though you are solid, a thing, a noun, which gives you the inability to recognize the active experience called living. You accept an interpretation by the head to replace the livingness of it. You think living is about something that has happened or something that may happen. You think living is about having expectations, withholding yourself from this moment in favor of a mystical moment that will be better than this moment because it seems like there's nothing happening in this moment. From what point of view? From the point of view of the self as a noun. Life is a verb appearing every moment anew, always happening. Otherwise, it would be called was being and will being. Selfie works wonders with this. You could was yourself into a great mystical past, or will be yourself into a hopeful or fearful mythical future. But all of nothing is happening. In selfing, life is happening to you. Self has become such a strong reference point that everything that is happening is now happening to you. That's a huge interpretation. When you interpret life, you miss it. It's impossible not to. You cannot corral a verb, you just go along with it. You don't have to change the fact that you're living an interpretation. Just see you're not that which is living an interpretation. That whole production will move to the background, and the background, which is the awareness, will move to the foreground. The emphasis will shift, and you'll travel lighter. Self-centeredness binds you to things, and a meaning is given to those things, so that they can affect you. Circumstances don't bind you, self-centeredness binds you to the circumstances. A thought is just a thought, but it changes dramatically when it's claimed as my thought. The interpretation of the thought as being mine is slapped on it. Now the thought whose nature it is to come and go does not go by so quickly anymore. A thought comes into awareness. You hear the thought, but you hear it as I'm the thinker of it. The thought becomes observed as mine. The act of identification, my thought. The my connects it with the file system called William. As soon as a thought becomes identified as my thought, the file system gets open, pulling up old ideas and downloading them into the thought. The binding agent is not the thought. The claiming of it is the binding agent. Now you're bound to that thought. Instead of going on its way, it's orbiting around you. The planet of you provides the gravitational pull that keeps the thought circling.
When can I get COVID tested?
I don't have a COVID test.
But like when?
I don't know, German. You're not even sick.
But what if I'm like asymptomatic?
I don't care.
What
Wear
if
a
I-
mask.
If I go to school and I'm asymptomatic, I'm basically a terrorist at that point.
Jesus. Wear a mask.
Still,
I don't think you have anything to worry about. So I think you're being over dramatic. I don't even know if they're doing their test right. Okay, bye.
If you lose interest in the idea that you are that planet, then you will lose interest in the thoughts about you as that planet, thereby releasing the thoughts from their gravitational orbit so that they come and go. What's looking is what you're looking for. St. Francis of Assisi switches it when he says what's looking is what you're looking for. What's looking is a subjectivity. Can you see the falseness of the you and I that's looking for? That's getting it. How long did it take? No time. How much vigilance does it take? None. Do you have to maintain its condition? It maintains itself. Is there a lot of thought and effort involved? None. If being conscious demonstrates no thought or effort, then why do we think it will take thought and effort to be it? If your eyes are open, then you're going to see millions of things. You're going to hear sounds that you never chose to hear because consciousness is before you. You is an afterthought. The consciousness is what is here. Consciousness is experiencing life. We are an afterthought saying we as a body are the experiencer. We as a body are the seer. We as a body are the hearer. We as a body are the feeler. That's totally bogus. Ramana Maharshi says it beautifully, presupposing the existence of a non-existent thing, and then wanting to get salvation for the non-existent thing. There needs to be a little correction. You need to have the horse in front of the cart instead of behind the cart. Watch it. This describes the whole thought system. This is exactly what's happening. The thought system is presupposing you as a body, as what exists. It's writing the script, and it's excluding consciousness as the biggest player, and it makes consciousness an attribute that you may or may not have as the non-existent thing. Don't you feel like you're conscious? How about when you go on a meditation retreat? Do you feel more conscious? When you go back to work, do you feel less conscious? When you show anger, you're definitely less conscious. When you feel compassion, you're definitely more conscious. When you're at a stream or a river, you're more conscious. When you're in traffic, you're less conscious. And when you feel less conscious, you feel guilty about being less conscious because you feel like you should be more conscious. It's even worse if someone seems to be more conscious than you. That really puts a fire under your ass to do more crap because you definitely cannot be less conscious than Joe. In fact, aren't we talking like something is in a commence? Aren't we talking like something is in a commerce that we can exchange and trade like stock? We're talking about inherent state as if it's a commodity that we have or don't have. That's the selfing. The selfing is a presupposing of a body as being before consciousness. If you don't believe it, listen to how you say you are conscious. You say I'm conscious. Like there's a you perceiving the consciousness. The clearer way would be I am conscious of a you. There is consciousness of a you. When it gets to the level of being me, now it's me that's conscious. You see? Can you see the little shifteroo? That's what it's doing. That's why Ramana's statement is so beautiful in saying the word presuppose. If I suppose I'm a non-existent thing, as soon as the mind buys that, it presupposes itself prior to consciousness. You now think you are the same as the body. You now think you're the one who's thinking. You think you're the one that's feeling. You think you're the one that's hearing. And you most definitely think that you are the one who is doing actions. The sense of the message is of an energetic imprint, and it will last a lot longer than the words. When it's impressed upon raw mind, there will invariably be an expression of it. When Big M mind recognizes what it's not, things change. What's not happening will lose influence because its influence is based on what's happening, entertaining it. To be aware is to be aware. Unaware means asleep. You are aware anyhow. You need not try to be. I have listened to satsangs. I've heard incredible descriptions of what we are. Yet, if heard by what we're not, those descriptions don't land. As soon as what you're not hears it, no, as soon as what you are not hears what it is, it neuters that message. When I was a kid, I went to Catholic school and they would go over the three attributes of God, which are omnipresent, omniscient, and omnipotent. I would really wonder why I wasn't running into it. I must qualify, I'm here. I didn't understand how we could miss it. How could that happen? My humble feeling is that we are that which we are looking for, and the only thing that could fool reality is if reality was in cahoots with it. I really believe that we're in the act of dreaming right now. It's not a dream, it's the act of dreaming. And in the dreaming, we seem to take ourselves to be the dreamt body. And as the dreamt, we're given the dreaming a reality to affect us as the dreamt. The dreamt takes itself to be what is dreaming. And the next logical step is to think that it's the creator. So what does it do? It starts thinking it should have 60 Cadillacs or perfect health, etc. The message that you are the dreaming is not for the dreamt, it's for what's dreaming. So that what is dreaming may see that it's not the dreamt. What will happen is, seemingly, as the dreamt, it will travel lighter. You and I are the dreaming of the dream. We're going to dream ourselves out of it. As we do, the dream will get happier. Not a bad deal. So what's the rush? Without knowing it, you paid an admission for this ride. You want a really good ride, and you got it. The funny thing is, we're trying to get out of the ride as the ride, which is part of the ride. The frustration of not being able to get off the ride that we paid admission for is part of the ride. The ride cannot get off the ride. There is no greater mystery than this. Ourselves being the reality we seek to gain reality. We think there is something hiding our reality and that it must be destroyed before the reality is gained. It is ridiculous. A day will dawn when you will yourself laugh at your past efforts. That which will be on the day you laugh is also here and now. Do you think you can make a thought? Where would you get all the pieces? Where's a factory? You went to school and learned how to make a thought? You don't see it coming, do you? It just seems to appear, or you become conscious of it, or most of us hear it. The hearing of it sounds like it's from your vocal cords. It sounds like it's your thoughts. But I'm telling you something. If you had Stanley's thoughts in your head and you knew them as Stanley's, you would have an immunity to all of Stanley's thoughts. Just call them yours and suddenly you're inflicted with great mental torment. It can ruin an entire Hawaiian vacation. One thought that is preceded by the my will suddenly have the wallop of a nuclear explosion. Where is that wallop coming from? From the thought? If the thought was the impact, then it would have the same impact on everyone who would have the thought. A thought is given the meaning that it delivers. Thoughts are used to imply a thinker. We're in the activity of the bondage of self, and we're not awake to it. That's all. It's as simple as that. It's because we have a story that we are someone. If you saw that you and I give everything all the meaning that it has, that would be an incredible power. It's also very comprehensive. You and I give everything all the meaning that it has. You and I give everything all the meaning a thought has. That's our role here. I believe we're all awake, yet we can seem not to be awake to that fact, which means it appears to be true to you, or you can seem to be asleep and it appears to be true as you. It doesn't change the fact that we are awake. There's a possibility that you and I are what you're looking for. There is that possibility. What I'm talking about is seeing what you're not from what you are instead of looking for what you are from what you're not. A recognition of the futility of looking for what you're from, what you're not, dawns, and instead, seeing what you're not from what you are arises. What we're going to question here is whether or not we are a long-lasting separate entity. Are we that? If we're not that, then all the bondage of those ideas about what you are and what you're not get loosened, and your mind can now receive and entertain new possibilities. You're not looking for what you are from what you're not. You see what you are not from what you are. If you keep looking to get something for what you're not, that's the experience of emptiness, not the emptiness in Buddhism, but the emptiness that is the opposite of fullness. The mind craves for content and variety, while reality is, to the mind, contentless and invariable. It's everything you've always looked for. That thrill that runs through you is just the acknowledgement of what has always been so. This reflective nature of mind, seen dualistically, is a looking out and a looking in. Mind's nature is reflecting both out and in. The world is appearing on its surface, and at the same time, no time, emptiness as its surface is always reflecting no thing. But what's behind is always available. While that evidence is constantly flowing in, it gets scrambled by the mental state, and that which is completely so can seem not to be so. We don't realize when we are the audience in a movie theater that there is also another movie going on. We think that what is here stops, and we think there's only one side to the reflective nature. We think that we are an opaque thing, that we are it, but we're not. There's this other aspect of mind that is reflecting infinity. It's reflecting emptiness and brilliance, and it's reflecting more space than can ever be imagined. Using the sky analogy is very small. It is happening at all times. It's like the fish that has always been in the water and doesn't know that it's in the water because of its alwaysness. We don't recognize things that are always here. We don't recognize the space that all things appear in. This brilliance is happening all the time. That's the spiritual condition. The opaqueness is a mental state. It adds a little presupposed story that you are a solid thing, that everything starts and stops there. It's not so. How many movies can you watch that you are the star of? As you get older, it's pretty boring. There's no one else in the audience. At least when you're young, some people may be interested in you.
Yeah.
As you get older, you're you're in there alone. It's like a porno theater. It's you getting done by you. The joy doesn't come from that opaqueness. It's brought in here through us. We need the circulation of awareness to let itself complete itself. It's like a breath that goes back into that which is, and then it comes out here and sees what it's not. Constant attention on things is a denial of no thing. Your baseline is conscious contact. Sense it. Sense what it is. Is it being done? Is it a thing doing it? It is us. It's our original nature. It's demonstrating more than the thoughts can keep up with. It's more than the thoughts can claim. Conscious contact is prior to thought. It's built up and collapses and built up again. There are not millions of things appearing and disappearing. It's the idea of me that is appearing and disappearing. Thought claimed implies the thinker. No thought has ever been had by a thinker. The thinker is assumed by the claiming of the thoughts. That's why we have to sleep every day. It's exhausting to set up the scaffolds and lighting for the show. The only thing that's funding the next season is the interest and attention that is coming from you and me because it's about us. The power of a thought to affect the thinker is not derived from the thought, but from the given meaning through the my. If the problem, the feeling of being the one who has the problems, finds a solution, what it reveals is that which is entertaining itself to be the problem is the solution. Who would have thought that what's looking the solution is what you, the solution entertaining itself as a problem, are looking for? Why would the solution, being what is looking, look for itself? In this case, using what you're looking for to find itself makes no sense at all, unless that what's looking is in the act of being identified as something else. What moves is not you. What goes up is not you. What goes down is not you. All that you are is the context and the brilliant, aware seeing. Everything else is an appearance in that. That would mean that my most secret feeling and thought is still not real because seeing precedes it. Everything that's been brought up to my attention was not brought up by me. It was brought up in seeing. It's an obsession with itself. That's what the mental state does to reinforce the identification as a self. It obsesses over the idea of being a self and all that may entail. It reinforces the sense of being that which is being obsessed over. It's the same supposing thing that had all of the obsessions. It's not ego either. What is that sense that you are the one that has an ego, or you are the one that lost an ego? That sense of being the one who has or loses is selfing. That sense, that feeling of being the doer, the claimer, the haver, the cause, the proprietor, all of that is the bondage of self. It uses tons of things it comes in contact with to facilitate it. The things themselves do not do it. Thoughts do not bind you, but the my that is aligned with the thoughts, gives the thoughts the power to bind.
Hey,
Let's
Richard,
say, yeah,
I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
call it a night. I'm getting tired,
All right.
buddy.
that's okay.
It's almost midnight now.
Leave it there. That's all right.
Oh man,
That's
that's good
okay.
stuff. That's some
Yeah.
good stuff. Really.
Uh-huh.
He
Sure
doesn't
is.
stray away from.
Mm-mm.
If that's in his book, that's amazing. Really, because it
Oh,
sounds
yeah,
like
true.
Paul. It just sounds
Yeah.
like Paul talking.
Uh-huh.
You
Oh, it
know?
is. It is
I
fun.
know. That's what I'm saying. It's like
Oh, yeah.
I've heard some of those stories before.
Yeah.
Some
Good.
some I haven't.
That's okay.
But
Anyway,
thank you,
maybe.
Richard. Huh?
Yeah, okay. That's all right. Maybe we'll see you next weekend, perhaps. Yep.
Oh, hopefully, yeah.
Okay.
God willing.
Yeah. All right. Take care,
Okay.
man.
All right, buddy. It was fun.
All right.
Okay.
Bye.
Have a good night. Or
Okay.
day.
Bye.